Welcome to UKIPT Live. We are in Nottingham at dusk till dawn for the richest ever UKIPT final table. It's an absolute pleasure to have your company and be able to bring this event to you. Like I said, the richest we've had in the history of the UKIPT, one of the biggest. I'm Nick Wealthall, the host of the UK and Ireland Poker Tour. I'm joined by Mark Convey, aka the Conv.
Good afternoon, Nick. Good afternoon, everybody. Fantastic to be here. Looking forward to a great day of poker.
Yeah, it should be a really good one. If you were with us yesterday, you'll have known that we've had some really good play, some top characters, as well as some really interesting hands. Hopefully that will continue today. Some facts and figures about this event for you. We had 1,058 entrants, a huge field, all paying £1,000 to enter. 1,223 buy-ins, because you could fire a second bullet and re-enter on a different day if you wanted. Of course, we've got 8 players remaining in our final table, and they have £20,800 locked up, an amazing amount to have locked up for 8th place for a £1,000 entry. And that big first prize of £218,000 is up for grabs, and the biggest we've ever awarded on the UK and Ireland Poker Tour. Now, you're watching with us right now. If you download the PokerStars.tv mobile app, you can watch it on iOS and Android. You can do that absolutely for free and watch wherever you like. Like I said, however you do it, we're really happy to have your company. It's going to be interactive today, and we'd love you to get involved.
Yeah, please do. Use the hashtag UKIPT Live. That would be our favourite way and the easiest way for you to get directly through to us, the commentators. If you have a longer question, feel free to go old school, use email, nuts@pokerstars.tv. Do check out the blog for more detailed sort of coverage of the main event, all the photos, everything you can see on there. And do check out Facebook, Instagram, and there are also some videos on YouTube for you to check out.
Yeah, we're going to make it worth your while as well. We've got a lot of stuff to give away. Mark and I are literally drowning in free gifts that we need to get rid of in order to get out of here.
I can hardly see you over the pile of goodies in between us.
That's correct. So do stay tuned all the way through, and we'll have lots of free gifts for you. We're also going to have some fantastic guests. We had some great guests yesterday. Today we're going to be joined by a world champ. Chris Moneymaker's going to be here, as well as Fatima Maria de Mello, and lots of other great characters to add to the broadcast. We are doing this on a delay. We also will have cards up for you. It's going to be fantastic. To get the action underway, I'm going to hand over to our tournament director of the UK and Ireland Poker Tour, Mr. Toby Stone.
Welcome to the final table of UKIPT Nottingham, sponsored by PokerStars.com. We had 1,223 entries, generating a total prize pool of £1,223,000. The first place tonight will be taking over a little over £218,000. Let me introduce our players. In seat number 1, from the United Kingdom, with 965,000, Trevor Pearson. In seat 2, from the United Kingdom, with 2,495,000, Anthony Flynn. In seat 3, from the United Kingdom, 3,320,000 in chips, Duncan McClellan. In seat 4, from the United Kingdom, 1,770,000 in chips, Ramni Shayo. In seat 5, from Spain, 4,385,000 in chips, Juan Benito. In seat 6, from the United Kingdom, with 2,455,000 chips, Angelo Miliotto. In seat 7, also from the United Kingdom, 3,305,000 in chips, Ryan Spittles. Our final player in seat 8, from the United Kingdom, and our chip leader here today with 5,625,000, William Elliott. Thanks to both Dusk Till Dawn and PokerStars for making this such a great event. I'd like to wish the players the best of luck. Our button is in seat number 6 with Angelo. The blinds are 40,000, 80,000 with an ante of 10,000. 48 minutes remaining on this clock. Enjoy the day, players. Dealer, shovel and deal, please.
Thanks Toby, and there's confirmation of the information he just gave you of the chip counts. William Elliott leads the way with Juan Benito. Both of them played really well yesterday to get those big chip stacks. Ryan Spittles is in third. Then in fourth place, Duncan McClellan. Mark going for his second UK IPT title.
Yeah, it could be the first person to do the double in one season. We have a couple of other double champions in Nick Abu-Risk and Yuri Sandfeld, but no one's done two in a season before.
He's just on an incredible run. He won the UKIPT in the Isle of Man, and then 4 weeks later came here to Dust Till Dawn during the Six Max Festival. He won the Nottingham Cup 300 buy-in. He won that outright. 2 tournaments in 4 weeks. He's not even a professional poker player.
I know.
He's a bricklayer. He said he's going to be bricklaying tomorrow morning, whatever happens today.
Oh, really?
That's what he said. I don't know if he'll be able to back that up if he wins it, but that's what he said.
Fair play to him. Well, he should have the neatest stacks of chips coming into today then, at least. There's been no excuse for
shoddy workmanship.
Exactly.
Now, he is something to watch as well. Duncan's third seat there as you look at the shot. He plays a very different style to the one you'll see if you watch a lot of televised poker. He deliberately plays big pots. I've talked to him about this. It's a completely conscious choice. He deliberately plays big pots. He deliberately makes a lot of aggressive actions and lines that a lot of players wouldn't take. So he loves to check raise in big pots and stuff like that. And it's a very different style to the one that you normally see good players playing, and it does put people out of their comfort zone.
Yeah, well, I think we touched on this yesterday, that you shouldn't necessarily play small pots with really experienced players, because imagine if he's someone like Ryan Spittles, who's a really experienced live and online player, and he tries to play small ball with him. Ryan will, in the long run, on the most part, take him apart, because that's his game. He's a professional poker player, so play big pots, pull them out of their comfort zone, and have an edge that way.
So action in our first hand between the blinds. As you can see, we do have the whole cards revealed. This is on a 40-odd minute delay for you, just to protect the integrity of the game. But we're watching as live. We don't know what's going to happen, just like you. We're sequestered in a tiny booth.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Ryan just complete with Queen Jack. That's something you're seeing a lot more these days. Players, even just 2 or 3 years ago, it's frowned upon to limp in the small blind. But with hands like Queen Jack, you do want to see a flop with it, because they can flop really well. But you don't want to play 3-bet pot with it. So just by limping, and if someone raises, then you're controlling the pot even pre-flop, and you get to see,
Yeah, and it's interesting. We'll talk about this a lot during the days. We talked about it yesterday. It's interesting how these trends come and go in poker, isn't it?
Yeah.
You do see things that were not being done at all a couple of years ago, and now like standard. It's fascinating how that happens. We'd love to get your thoughts on anything that you see. Particularly if you're watching and rooting for any of our players at the final table, let us know early on, and then we can follow their progress with you. Hashtag UKIPT Live if you've got a particular person you either think will win or you want to win. If you're just chilling out and watching us this Monday, we'd love to know what you're up to, especially if you're watching from work, because I find that particularly amusing, because I'm a child. What better thing to do on a wet Monday afternoon? If you're in the UK, it is wet.
Well, you ask and they deliver straight away. We've got Ben Revelin. Here we go. If Miliotto wins, it'll be one for the good guys for sure. Simon Higgins has got some good knowledge on Duncan. He also won a high roller seat to EPT Prague, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, he has that high variance style. I think he go big or go home basically. Either builds a big stack and goes very deep, or bombs out early. It's fun to watch. Now Ryan Spittles is a player that you'll be a little bit familiar with, Mark.
Yeah, he's an up-and-coming player in the UK. He's very well thought of in UK circles. All you got to do is have a conversation about poker with him straight away. This kid knows what he's talking about. And he seems to be unflappable. We saw that yesterday. It was obvious he's going through a period of absolutely no cards. But he sat there patiently, waited for his spot, got his spot, and managed to double up with ace king. But it's a weird old game, poker, because the other player who
sorry to cut across.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah,
it's just a really great spot for Ryan. This
ace king on the button.
Yeah.
No one ever has ace king on the button.
No, you can't get that a real hand on the button. And he's got exactly what he wanted. He's been 3-bet by William Elliott out of the small blind, and no immediate fold from Trevor Pearson, who has the shortest stack in the big. Ryan will be hoping he goes for it, but no. Now, what are you thinking if you're Spittles here? He has been 3-bet by the chip leader.
I think he's more likely to call, just because I saw him pick up the call in chips.
He does decide to flat, which is interesting in itself.
For someone like Ryan, I think early on, he's going to be interested in keeping the pots smaller and playing more and more pots and keeping them small.
Yeah, it's interesting that he's done that, and I guess there's some good reasons to do it. There'll be a lot of players that will be questioning it, though, and saying, well, you know, you've been 3-bet by a guy who's going to be light a lot of the time there, and as we see, Ryan does end up folding the best hand, although on that board, hard to do anything different. But there'll be a lot of players that will criticise flat calling,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, they would do. I think when it gets shorter-handed, then we'll see them maybe more 4-bets and play it more aggressively.
So our chip leader is Willie Elliott, and EPT Live viewers will be familiar with his handle, right? He contributes a lot to EPT Live broadcasts. Is it Willie M or William?
Sorry, I was reading Twitter. Can we
I mean, literally, I'm the only thing to listen to, and you can't even manage that. It's unbelievable. It doesn't bode well for my audience. If
Willie,
does it if
you're talking about Willie.
Yeah, Willie Elliott is our chip leader.
He is.
And EPT Live viewers will know him because he contributes a lot to the broadcast.
He does,
right?
and it's actually funny you say that because Tom Hall, a very good British player, has written in. Willie has been a long-time supporter of EPT Live and a massive supporter of the UKIPT Tour and British Regs. True champion.
Yeah, he also had a win recently. He won the Scottish Poker Series for £12,000. He's already got more than that locked up for 8th here.
Yeah.
He'll get 20,000 for 8th.
That's amazing.
Big money.
There's huge amounts of support coming in for Willie already. And for Ryan as well, and for a lot of the players, it's really great to see. Thank you for all your contributions so far. Keep them coming in.
We'll try and get round all the players. We haven't seen Juan Benito in action yesterday. You'll have seen plenty of him in action if you watched yesterday. We haven't seen him do too much today, but he is in second spot right now in seat number 5, I believe. Well, you have to say that Willie Elliott's coming with a game plan here. This is the 3rd time he's 3-bet, and we've only seen, I think, 4 hands. There's no way this isn't a conscious decision, in my opinion, Mark, that he's just going to come in and try and stamp his authority on this table.
Yeah, completely.
And the other thing I can tell you is that Duncan McClellan is a hard man to stamp your authority on. He does not like to be pushed around. He likes to be the one doing the pushing around. He has a patented move, which we might see now.
Yeah?
Yeah. I call it the McClellan.
The donk lead or the check raise?
No, he check raises after in a 3-bet pots. He does do a lot of different moves, but I've seen him check raise in 3-bet pots so often. I'm not sure if he'll do it here because of the nature of the flop, and also he can have the best hand here.
430.
And as we can see, does have the best hand.
Elliott continues. 430,000. Chunky bet.
Yeah, he's trying to dissuade. He probably knows a little bit about how McClellan plays. He's probably trying to dissuade him from contesting this one. Here it comes. I promise you,
No
here
way.
it comes. He loves this play.
What a boss.
It's so horrible to play against. It is called the McClellan. Loves that play. He loves it.
Even out of his stack size as well. That's a third of his stack. He's 3-bet.
But what do you do against it? It's such a hard play to play against.
If you're Willie, you ask how much he's playing and then
I'm
you
so
fold.
I'm so excited I managed to get out there. He does it before he did it.
You're kidding me.
Willie knows the play. He's taking it to the next level. He's out McClellan.
I'm sorry, are we watching a super high roller tournament here, or are we watching a final for UKIPT?
We're watching 2 players who have come into this final table to run the final table. That's both their game plan. And Willie Elliott's prepared to go with his read. He would have watched Duncan McClellan play. He'll know what he does.
Wow. I mean, Willie's shown so much support to a lot of UK pros in the last year or two. They've probably given them a lot of advice and done some research for him.
I'm sort of a little bit sad to see the McClellan move not work. It's such a cool move.
Especially because we can see Elliott's hand as well. That makes Elliott's move even better. Taking, as you said, taking it to the next level.
What a way to start a webcast. We might not get a better hand all day.
He's Duncan.
That was brilliant. Don't show it. Don't ever show that. No, he doesn't. No, Willie likes to show a lot.
He does.
Can't show that.
Running good. Look at that, up to 8.2 million already. What a start for Elliott.
I played with Duncan McClellan for about an hour in Dublin, and he made that play on the 3rd hand after he sat down. He loves that play. It makes him so many chips. But maybe Willie Elliott had seen him do that actual play in the Isle of Man, or maybe it was just the fact that he knows that Duncan's going to try and make moves and isn't scared to play big pots, and just decided, this is my final table. What a strong start by Willie Elliott. He's up to over 8 million.
Well, something that Duncan needs to be careful of, because if people do know that about a game, then he really does need to adjust. Otherwise, he's, you know, it's massively exploitable.
Hashtag UKIPT Live if you'd like to get in touch. Several people are already doing that. Let us know who you're rooting for, who you want to win. Let us know what you thought of that big hand. Mark, we've already got a lot of people writing in. Our first guest will be coming up soon. Who's on the Twitter?
Who's on the Twitter? We've got a lot of people. Simon Higgins is saying that Gravy Boat, which is Ludovic Geilic's on the rail. Ross Jarvis is excited.
Ross Jarvis is always excited, bless him.
Yeah, Dan to
Top
Anthony
man.
Flynn is my big brother, so I'll be keeping fingers crossed. Come on, seat number 2. Rob King in the house. Good to have you back, Rob. Got the stream on while you work. Why wouldn't you have it on in the background? Neil Yarwood hoping Trevor Pearson can get some early chips. Ben Grant's railing the honorary Scot Ryan Spittles and true Scotsman Willie Elliott. Come on, lads.
Willie Elliott couldn't have got off to a better start. Let's bring in our first guest, shall we?
170.
She's one of the most popular people in European poker. Team PokerStars Sports Star Fatima Maria de Mello is here. Fatima.
Hey guys, I'm
What's
not
up?
sure about that introduction, but thanks anyway.
I'm desperately trying to find someone that doesn't like you, and I
Oh,
ask
really?
everyone. Yeah.
Oh, really? Hey,
Just to
how
make
are
you
you?
feel better.
Hey, by the way, do you like Fatima?
By the way, do you also like Fatima?
Do you also hate Fatima?
Yeah.
You should do that, and then
Show of
they
hands.
might- yeah.
Sure, it could be a love-hate thing, or, you know.
yeah, definitely.
Now, Fatima, it's obviously always great to have you on commentary and have you. It's particularly good to have you here today because, of course, Duncan McClellan won the Isle of
Yeah.
Man where you runner-up, so you
Yeah.
have intimate knowledge. You've seen him pull that kind of stuff before.
Oh
Right?
yeah, he played so aggressively, like poo. Come on. No,
That was
that's
like
good.
That was your attempt at a sound
no,
effect. I understand.
that's Dutch for saying poo.
Oh.
We say poo a
Like
lot.
an aggressive poo. McClellan coming in with his shock and poo tactics.
Oops. Whoopsie-doo. Oh well, so there. No, but he was quite nervous before the start of today. I ran into him and his wife earlier and said, well, I can't really speak. He said, I'm not sure if it's the nerves, but...
He has a different way of working out the nerves to most players, right? Most players would work out the nerves by being tight. I genuinely think
He just
Duncan
pews it
works out
off.
the nerves by, trying to win a pot
Yeah.
and making himself feel
yeah.
relaxed by having
yeah,
a pot.
it looks like it.
Big move by Willie, though, wasn't it? Just to come back over the top. That's hard to do.
Yeah, but obviously if he's such a big fan of the game and he's been watching so much, then he obviously knows how Duncan plays, and that gives you such a huge edge. It
Right.
shows here.
Yeah, Tom Hall's written back in and said that Duncan was reffing 0 hands. Willie knows.
So Willie does know.
Stick with us, Tom. It'd be great to have your feedback and analysis as today goes on.
Absolutely.
Really
Hashtag
respect.
UKIPT Live for your analysis.
No, the hand. I showed an ace.
We've got Fatima with us for a little while, so any questions you have for her, she cashed in. So just play 2 UKIPTs and cash them both.
Yeah.
It's easy for you.
Well, I'm not saying it's easy. By the way, the guy that crippled me in the main event is sitting in, is that seat 1 or 2? Well, the first guy on the left.
No.
Yep.
Your
Really?
nemesis.
Yep. I just
Trevor
told him,
Pearson.
I told him I
seat
wanted
1.
to shoot him. Huh? No, that I was.
See, there we go. We
obviously,
found
but
someone that hates Fatima because, you're trying to
No,
shoot him.
no, he has my chips. He has my chips.
He's put them. Do you not feel better
And then
than
he said, it's not about the money for me. It's just about playing. And I'm like,
He's
Fine, give me your money.
he's a commodities trader, so he's actually
is.
used your chips and he's, he's traded them up for more
well,
chips.
it's cool to see someone like who's been sitting next to you and almost next to you.
See, it's funny actually.
At the
I
final
actually
table
feel
now.
better if someone either cripples or busts me and then goes on to do well. I feel like at least I've
Yeah.
contributed.
Well,
True,
you know,
but,
had to be
but
the
it's
winner and not me
confronting as
out.
well. It's
Yeah.
confronting, guys. I mean,
Sure.
Yeah.
yeah. But he's a nice guy.
An interesting guy, like you said, Mark, a commodities trader. He does it all from his house, apparently. And
Yeah.
his wife is as well, and they just sit there making money.
Sometimes
that's so
24
true.
hours a day they're trading.
They tag team it, right?
Is that what they do?
Yeah,
Wow.
so one of them will sleep while the other one trades, and then they'll...
No,
Yeah.
you're kidding me.
No, no.
What
Amazing.
kind of?
It's
so they're
written
never
down there
together.
on
They're
paper,
never
it's gotta
up
be
together,
true.
really.
Well, they probably have days off. I mean,
Yeah, they have Tuesday
Do they
night.
do?
Well, Tuesday night's date
Sounds-
night.
You think so?
Sounds
Tuesday
like
night's
sounds
date
like
night.
a perfect relationship to me. I'm going to sleep, love. You start making some money.
That's so cool, though.
Sounds perfect.
Brilliant.
That's just so cool. Does his wife play as well, or do we not know that?
No, she's back home trading. There's no time. While he's playing poker, she trades.
It's like a poker player, I guess.
She hasn't slept since Wednesday because he hasn't been there.
Just to point out that Willie Elliott's just 3-bet. I think for the 5th time,
Yeah, he's just going to keep going, I think.
and he's up to over 9 million. I don't think he's lost a pot he's played yet. On extra, we could be here for 20 minutes.
I know. When Toby said have a good, the winner later on this evening. It's like this evening. This is going to be over this afternoon.
I think if you're a short stack and he's in the big blind or anything like that, if you just want to put more pressure on, you're just going to have to open shove. Or be willing to call his 3-bet, you know, or yeah, if he puts you all in, I mean.
Yeah, he now
But anything
has,
else, like you just have to shove then. That's the only option you have against him.
He has an extraordinary advantage of 9 million chips, which is over a third of the chips in play. We've got 24.5 million chips in play, and he's got a lead of 5.5 million over Juan Benito in second.
Yeah.
What
Wow.
a position.
Man, that's sick. How much did you start the day with?
That's a great question. He started with 5 point
Oh,
something.
5 point something, yeah. 'Cause we need to start
5.6,
at-
yeah.
Yeah.
Really impressive.
Wow, quite a bit of profit. Yeah, it kind of makes you go timid if a guy like that is 3-betting all the time. You're more aware of what you're opening and what you're not opening.
Please let me have a hand at your pass. Have some integrity.
Spit, please.
When he says, let me have a hand I can pass so I can keep some integrity at this table.
No.
I mean, could have passed the A7 offsuit instead of
King 7 offsuit.
King 7 offsuit. Is a little bit too bad, apparently. We do have an all-in from Fatima's nemesis, Trevor Pearson's got his money in. It's about 800k, so it's only about 10 big blinds.
Yeah, and for now, guys, you need to ignore the graphics you've seen on the screen. There is a technical issue, so these aren't the actual hands that the guys are holding.
Okay, so...
Oh, really? Because I was like, why would he reshove that?
Yeah, okay.
That
So we'll
wouldn't be
just
good.
have to...
You have to wait and see how the hands play out. We're going old school. We're going yesterday. This is
Okay, so
cards
the one
face.
thing-
Imagine this is cards face down.
One thing we know for certain is that Trevor Pearson doesn't have Jack 8 offsuit.
That's for sure.
Hey,
And
could
we do know
one
he's
of those
moved all in.
competitions where everyone tweets in the hand he does have.
Oh,
No,
quick.
I
not
think
really.
he has
No?
ace
That
jack.
was a joke, based on...
I think
It's a
he
joke for
has ace
people that
jack.
listened yesterday. You're putting him on exactly ace jack. He's got an ace jack kind of vibe to it.
785 total.
Yes.
And I think Ryan has to call pretty much. He's getting almost 2-1 on this call.
Yeah.
So Ryan doesn't have queen jack either. Like,
No, I think we have a... We're just working out a technical problem, but...
it's funny that it's still showing hands though, just randomly.
he's just trying to give us something.
Yeah.
All in and a call.
And a call, so let's see what they do have.
It's like ace queen for Trevor. And 2 picture cards. Ace jack.
Like I said.
Ace jack.
But he told me.
Sorry.
He told me before I came in here that he doubled with ace jack.
Oh, so you just ruined what's going to happen as well now.
Oh shit.
Oh,
Sorry.
I know you sworn.
Well,
Do you want to make it?
I
Go
mean,
on,
he
no,
has
go.
3 outs.
Fatima,
The guy
this
has
is a
3
30-second broadcasting car crash.
He has
Thank
3
God you have an Olympic gold medal. Thank
he
God.
has 3 outs. No, it's not jack 8 and queen jack.
You're going to have
either.
to sell that gold medal because your career is over now.
Okay, I wonder... okay, guys, we just have a bit quiet. I've just got to build this up. So what's going to happen? Trevor Pearson is all in for his tournament life. This could go either way. It's hanging by a thread.
If you've just tuned
Yeah.
in,
You just tuned in
hopefully.
the last 6 seconds. This is going to be tremendously exciting.
Spoiler alert, Fatima's in the webcast.
So
Can we send that back to the future?
Just for the benefit of everyone watching,
but
and
by
also
the way-
for the benefit of my
by the
co-commentator,
way-
we're watching on a delay. Us live.
By the way, though, he said that, but it could be a different hand. Couldn't have been. Could have been split, right?
Don't say it could be a different hand because you've just ruined it if there is
It
another
could
one
have been
now.
Split, right?
And I can see her disappearing in a hole that she's digging for herself as a...
I can't even bring myself to do the board run out.
There's still a jack on it.
A queen on the river would knock out Trevor Pearson and also change reality.
Oh, it didn't come in!
Wow.
Trevor Pearson doubles.
He actually didn't tell me that. I just, shut up.
And she keeps digging.
No?
It's unbelievable.
It's like when you told a woman, like asked a woman, hey, are you pregnant? And she's not.
Yeah,
It's better to just shut up then.
that's correct.
But I
yeah.
just, no, it's, yeah. I mean,
No,
yeah, I sometimes
actually
have
think
that,
if you
that
ever
full
do something
stomach.
like that, if you ever commit a social faux pas, really for your own entertainment, it's better to go towards it than away from it. So if you like put your hand on a woman's foot and you go,
Yeah.
oh, you're pregnant. She goes,
Yeah.
no, I'm not. And you go, oh, so you just put on a load of weight then.
That's a good one. I'm going to try that.
I can imagine
Just
Fatima
with
doing
any
that.
fat woman on the street. Like,
Don't
hey,
actually
you
try.
pregnant?
Oh, Fatima would.
Okay, yeah, try
Oh, shit,
it.
yeah.
And then you should go up to her afterwards and ask her if she likes me.
Yeah. Do you hate Fatima? Yes, I found someone. So, Fatima's made it very clear in her own unique way, but we are watching on a delay. You knew that if you were with us from the start of the broadcast. We're on about a 45-minute delay to preserve the integrity of the game. And then we get expert commentators in to completely puncture the integrity of the game and the narrative. The important thing is Trevor Pearson's doubled, which is exactly what he needed. He's up to 1.7 million, and Ryan Spittles is down to 1.9 after that little coup. A little bit unfortunate for Ryan, though, isn't it, Mark? That he open raised. He is in a position that when he has to call it off.
Yeah, maybe.
But he knows that there's short stacks behind him, so that's poker, right? You think about what you open raise with.
Very true.
You think openings the Queen Jack is a mistake, though?
It was a little early, I thought. I don't see
Also has
how
Willie
that's.
behind him 3-betting.
Yeah, it was
That's
an early
why.
position.
So I don't really know why. he
I'm
would
with
do
you on
that,
that, actually.
To be honest.
Yeah. Sin's
And I
joined.
could have told him that the other guy had ace jack. So
Afternoon, Sin. Sin's watching. Just tweeted in. David Doherty, well-known Scottish player. Willie me making me feel ancient here, playing the style of Victor Blonde circa 2009.
Yeah, we love it.
Rob King reckons Elliot seems to be the one to beat, but as we all know, variance makes for great TV. Hashtag go variance.
It's funny, actually, Ross Jarvis, the editor of Poker Players, tweeted in exactly that. Before this hand, he tweeted, in Ryan Spittle's position, are you forced to play tight with Willie behind?
There we go.
It's very
great analysis there.
Yeah. You have to adapt because,
yeah.
You know, if he's just going to come out firing every time, what are you going to do?
Adapt or open shove, but you can't do that from every position on the table. If you have like 25 bigs, it's just.
We've got a weird dynamic at the table now
annoying.
and that pot's actually made it even more acute because Ryan was one of the players who had a medium stack. He's now a little bit on the shorter side. And Duncan's now sticking it back to Willie Elliott. And this is, I guess, this is the advantage of having someone that's playing as many hands as he has. He's going to be playing weaker hands, and you can do what Duncan's done and shove.
Yeah. Well, that's the counter strategy, right? Like.
Yeah. Look at this under the gun open though. Still, even though it's Willie, it's still under the gun.
And if you like, what's really nice if you're to his left and someone is opened with a bigger stack, who you know might be like Benito for example, and Ryan does 3-bet, then you could reshove lighter because of that. Mind you, they're going to play tighter now anyways.
Yeah.
So the guy who opens is going to have a smaller range now.
King 8 offsuit might be pushing it even for Willie at an 8-handed table. He's paying the price a little bit here because he's in a weird position.
It's 20 big blinds, he can't call that.
I'll give you a flip if you want to flip. Tell me you've got a pair or down.
Just do what you want, mate.
Just do what you want, mate.
Would you like a flip?
Just do what you want.
So Willie's got to call 1.3 into 1.9.
Wouldn't be smart.
You say yes, that's what I'll call you.
Just do what you want, mate.
Not surprising.
He does pass.
Yeah.
I think I'm going.
Sorry?
I think we're flipping out flip again, I don't mind.
And I think that
Yeah, I don't
Duncan
really
knows
believe
that
it.
he's not
Just
passing
play
King
it.
Queen.
Okay, no, it's fine.
Or at least that he didn't have King Queen.
Yeah. Little fib. White lies that we all tell at the table.
There's the dynamic that I was talking about. You've got one player with 115 big blinds, one medium stack, 46
And
blinds.
then-
Everybody else is under 30.
Oh yeah.
But Dan, but if you've got ace king, I don't want it. I don't want Dan to be his king, so.
The thing is, I think they're good enough players that Willie is going to have to slow down a little bit, because they're not going to. I don't think there's. I think there's players at this table that aren't going to be scared to put their money in, you know, over his raises and stuff. As we can
Yeah,
see.
exactly. But with like 20 to 25 big blinds, like you can open some hands still, but if you're going to do that a couple times, you're already like, then you just have to open shove, right? Like if you're going to fold to his like 3-bet, or he's going to put you all in, then it's not profitable to keep opening hands. It's more profitable to reshove, just chill out and reshove
Yeah.
against him.
Yeah, we were talking about the power of entering the pot second with those shorter stacks yesterday, and that's, you know, because you're going to get pushed around so much when you open pots.
Exactly.
Plus
And
really
then a
good
lot of the
reshove
time
spots.
when they think he's playing tight, they'll just call you in position and then bull you on the flop.
Yeah.
You know, like
First we've heard from Anthony Flynn out of the TC. Starts this hand with 30 big blinds.
How much you play, sir?
and he flops a jack. That's nice.
Yeah, it must be nice, right? Perhaps not the best board for continuation bet, but you can't really blame Anthony for making this play because Willie's playing so many hands.
True, true, but then if his range is so wide, like why c-bet if he probably didn't hit, because you're only gonna get a call if he's hit. So, and then he's probably gonna stick to it. So then why would you c-bet? That's my idea.
Well, we can see that it hasn't worked out this time.
Unless you have out, like, well, he had outs, but I mean,
Right,
yeah,
unless
I'm
you're
not
sort of semi-bluffing.
and a guy like that, like Elliot's gonna check raise sometimes too, so it's better to check behind then, and then maybe hit an out, you know, than c-bet. I just think there's more value in that.
Right, right. Willie gets to show a real hand. Anthony Flynn loses that one. He's a recreational player, Anthony, in seat number 2, but he's got a degree of success. He was 5th in the Sunday Million last year, which takes some doing, and also 10th in the UKIPT Series event. This is his biggest live final table.
What does he do?
I want him to be my dad.
You want him to be your dad?
Yeah.
Your
Do you know
dad?
why I want him to be my dad?
No.
Because if he wins, he's going to buy a car for his daughter who turns 18 on Tuesday. His 16-year-old daughter is going to get a new wardrobe, and he's taking his 15-year-old son on a trip to Brazil to watch the World
Wow.
Cup. That's
Nice.
why I want him to be
Awesome.
my dad.
Is that only if he wins?
Because he's winning money now.
Because, you know, kids don't understand if you mention that stuff.
I don't know.
Now
like,
you've mentioned it on the webcast.
Yeah, well, maybe he can go to the FA Cup final if he comes second with his son.
Third
And-
division playoff final.
no, if
And
he
his
if
daughter will
he
get a
if he
bike.
finishes if he finishes second, the oldest one will just get a car, and the other two won't get anything.
That's just like,
Oh.
Sorry, Daddy can only buy her.
And you're my favourite.
yeah.
And she's my favorite, so
You
yeah.
can have
too
rights
bad.
in it.
Oh, look at that. That's nice.
Yeah, Juan Benito's been sitting back watching this madness. I think he's played one hand so far. And he's going to 3-bet with the ace-king after Rami Shao's open.
Just calling and hoping for a squeeze from Elliot would be nice too.
Yeah, interesting idea.
Pretty
Remember
hands.
Pearson, yeah. They used to think that was the nuts. When Hold'em was first invented, they used to think Jack 10 suited was better than
Oh, really?
aces, yeah. Because it makes so
Didn't know
many straights and flushes.
Make 2 nut straights.
Yeah. I can't imagine Rami Shao doing anything here. He started the hand with 20 big blinds.
Yeah.
Again, you could even question the open at this table.
It's one of those hands that plays much better when you're deep stacked, because you've got to take into account implied odds, and you can improve, and you might have to get a draw, and you need fold equity potentially on the flop and turn.
It's interesting, isn't it, guys? We've seen a couple of opens where you sort of think, not quite sure if they make it. Do you think it's a little bit the pressure of sitting at the final table, the early action? You just want to get a couple of wins
Yeah,
under your belt. You just
I
want to
think
get
so.
active and do
I
something.
had that feeling too when I played my final tables.
Right.
And but I restrained myself from doing it. I just wanted to play optimally, you know, like just don't. And even though it looks like you're a bloody nit, you know, like tight as all fuck, just chill out,
Bleep.
sit back, and wait. Just wait, because other guys have 20 big blinds as well, so you might as well chill out and wait for them to bust.
No one wants to look tight as all fudge, do they? No one wants
Fudge, no. No fudging way.
that. Face of an angel, mouth of a docker.
Yeah.
She is from Rotterdam.
I was going to say something else, but
Yeah.
it's all good.
And count to 5. Yeah.
Just counting to 5. I've learned that in like 35
Yeah, right.
years of living. Well, a bit.
Hashtag UKIPT Live if you'd like to talk to us, or Fatima, tell us what you're up to on this Monday if you manage to Skype work and watch this webcast, or if you're rooting for any of the players. Alan John Starkey has done just that. Fatima says, how did you go online in the scoop last night? Loving your work.
Thank you. Well, I didn't do great. I played like all the low and medium events, but
Yeah.
didn't cash in any.
Boo.
Played the 215 Sunday weekly heads up and got into the money there.
Cashed in that one.
Yeah, but that's about it.
Was it Sunday yesterday? Is
Yeah.
it Monday
Yeah,
today?
yeah.
Monday today, Mark.
I always forget the days too.
It's final table day, that's all I know.
Willie Elliott's all in for 9.6 million.
Yeah.
This is just like him and Duncan McClellan need to play heads up for rolls after this.
Oh, it'd be fantastic.
Duncan enters
wouldn't
a
it?
pot and Elliott shoves. Elliott enters a pot, McClellan shoves. It's got a little bit personal, I think.
It has. It's going to make for great viewing.
Yeah, it's fun to watch.
Bring it on. Make it personal.
I mean, there's a lot of players.
Look at him, 10 million, over 10 million.
We're definitely not rooting for anybody who don't particularly have favourites, but from an entertainment point of view, those two in the heads up at the end would be something
That
else.
would be awesome. Yeah.
There is an argument
It'd last
though,
about
that
4 hands.
if Benito's say out of the hand and anyone else raises, there's an argument for Willie just like 3-bet shoving every single hand right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
they're going to have to be right at the top of their range to the call.
But that's why I think shoving some hands might be more profitable. Maybe not from under the gun, but like from cutoff,
Yeah,
or you know, like hijack cutoff position.
for sure. Because otherwise you
Like
don't
those
want,
kind
yeah.
of hands where you do have outs, you know, like Jack 10 suited. For now, I would just chill out though. Like
Yeah,
I'd start doing that with like
maybe when it gets
maybe
down to 6 hands,
15.
it's-
Yeah, yeah. And 15, 16 bigs, you know, like you have to start doing something, I guess.
Spittles is just in a horrible seat though. isn't
Yeah,
it?
that's horrible.
Plenty of people tweeting us. You can too on hashtag UKIPT Live. Jack Salter, the runner-up in Monte Carlo.
That's right. Yeah.
I get my events confused. I always check. 'Cause I'm
Yes,
terrible.
yeah.
Woke up late watching 30 minutes later. Sick jam. Willie is a boss. Number 1, please, let's go. Hashtag hero. A lot of Willie fans out there. And he's taking your advice, Mark. He's jamming again. This is going to be really, really tough for the other players to do anything about. Like, what is Ryan Spittle supposed to do here? He's raised
No,
with
but
King
Spittle's,
Jack.
well, then, like King Jack, if you think that's not good enough to call an all in with, then fold or shove. That's all you can do.
Look at Duncan McClellan thinking about this. And this will be genuine as
This
well.
would
Duncan
be-
will be
Yeah.
thinking,
Yeah, definitely.
I'm ahead here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's aware of what's going on. Sometimes there's not a lot you can do about it.
But then he probably assumes that Spittles is an opening light against, you know, because Elliott's putting everyone all in all the time. So that's why he
Yeah,
that's
good
why
point.
I
He's
would
got to
fold.
think about Ryan behind him. Yeah, for sure.
Wow, Willie Elliott has found a new mode. He's combined God mode and Beast mode so far.
But I would.
Beast mode.
To be fair, King Jack, I would like if he's done this 4 times, then you're just gonna call, right? Like,
Yeah,
I mean,
but the
come
problem
on.
is to call it off when your chips have so much value. There's such big money jumps coming
I
up.
know,
It's really
I
hard.
know.
Are you gonna flip? Are you gonna take a
Yeah, I
60-40
know.
flip
I
for
know.
8? It's really tough. What would you do
Yeah, but then-
against this strategy? Hashtag UKIPT Live. You're at this final table and you're playing against somebody doing this. What do you do?
You just fold then, because like
I mean, he
what
can't
value
open.
is there?
Ryan Spittles can't open. Really, nobody can open unless
No,
they have the
exactly,
nuts.
exactly.
Unless they
Just
have a big
reshove.
hand.
Just fold, and reshove. That's better.
Good news
Fold,
as well.
fold, reshove.
Turbo dealer's back.
Oh.
Got to watch this guy deal.
So
Were
he-
you in the booth yesterday?
I've actually
This
seen
guy's
it.
going to turbo deal. Willie Elliott's going to shove every hand, and we're going to be out of here by 4:30.
I like it though. It's cool.
Now he's 100%
A pair. He has a
shoving.
monster.
Fold.
Yeah.
It's no challenge when he's got a pair.
I know you've got a stack side, I just don't know
You
what you
don't
have.
have to answer yet.
No, okay. Is that 20 stack, yeah? The greens. Is that not?
Duncan's unwilling.
Is that 20 stack?
No, Rami. I think he's
Oh, it's
asking
Rami.
Rami's stack in the big
Okay.
blind.
Yeah.
And Duncan's absolutely right. Doesn't have to tell him.
I'm on.
There we go, all in.
And this is correct, right, Mark?
Yeah,
It's absolutely
yeah.
correct.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you call him with? You're in the blind. You're in the blind. There's 8 people left. There's the money jumps we know about. You've got 20 big blinds.
I would call
What's your
any
calling
pair,
range?
and ace 10 or higher.
Wow.
Any pair?
The deuces no. Not
Only because
no,
you said you had
deuces no.
threes.
No, but deuces no. I never think
No,
that's
because,
because you're
yeah.
never ahead. But I think yeah,
Oh, memory breaks and things over.
because wouldn't he just open otherwise if he had a real hand?
Well, maybe, but I think he might. Yeah,
We're gonna
it'd be
see, we're
interesting.
gonna
Yeah,
see.
we're going to see how much he balances that.
It sucks that we've seen the cards because now it's easier to analyze, right?
Yeah.
But
How much fun must this be for Willie's fans on the rail watching this?
Must be a lot of
I would
fun.
just be constantly giggling on the rail
yeah, it's
watching
funny.
this.
Give us a description of this. I've said it's a combination of God mode and Beast mode. What mode is Willie Elliott currently in? It's pretty impressive. He's up
Well,
to
let's
10.5 million.
give
Balls
away a
mode.
prize for a new term for Willie's play.
Brilliant.
There
So,
we go.
prizes for the best, either term for his play, description of him, nickname, what he's doing to this UKIPT final
Worst
table.
mode.
What is it?
Worst mode.
Worst.
He's not the worst. He's the
No,
best.
the girl, the person that won the Eurovision Song Festival, right?
Oh, yeah,
It's
yeah,
called
yeah.
Wurst. You know what Wurst means, right?
yeah. No. What does it mean?
Sausage.
Sausage mode.
Oh.
Sick, right? Yeah.
It's not sick, it's a beautiful natural thing.
Right, put it away, put it away.
Willie
Put it
Elliott,
away.
Willie Elliott's got a hand he could actually get into trouble with.
See, there we go.
And now he
he's just
raises.
opening, yeah, with a pretty good hand.
Soul read, Fatima.
But you know what? He is raising into the one guy that could really dent his stack, which is Juan Benito.
True.
So
True.
we've got to take that into consideration as well.
Marcus Deciles, I'm sorry for messing up your surname. It's definitely Marcus though. And I like to give praise where it's due. He says, this dealer, it's like playing a 2-hour clock. The guy is rapid. He's an amazing dealer. We were watching him yesterday. Dealers
Yeah.
don't get enough praise as it is. This guy is unbelievable.
I went out and praised him yesterday. I said, you know what? Our viewers writing in. He said, really?
Yeah.
He said, oh, that makes me feel really good. And then
He's the
Toby
best.
came over and went, he deals too quickly.
No,
And
really?
I'm like, what?
Yeah.
It's like hands an hour.
We've actually got some post-flop action
Oh,
here,
wow.
remarkable as it is. And Duncan McClellan's flopped the world.
Yep. He's never folding. Ever, ever, ever. I don't think. Knowing.
It's not an awful
McClellan.
flop for Elliot either.
No.
I mean,
Good
it's
shot.
just an absolute monster for McClellan.
Yeah.
He can do what he likes here. I think, you know, you could definitely make an argument for flatting. I know that
Yeah.
shoving here is absolutely fine, 'cause obviously he's got a big hand, but Willie
No.
Elliott's just kind of
I would
bluffing
flat.
so much.
That's why.
Yeah.
You're not getting enough value there.
Don't worry about that. I love grey hair.
It's sort of his pre-flop range is so wide that the likelihood of him having anything he can to continue
Yeah,
with
and
here
going
is-
all in
yeah.
will not make him like pay you off if he has like 8-9 or whatever, those sort of hands, or a smaller pair or whatever.
I guess the counter argument is that McClellan's got his own kind of super aggressive image. So
Yeah, so he'd be called off bluff catching. Yeah.
yeah.
He's thinking about it, so I guess it's not bad.
I don't think he's really thinking about it, is he?
Well, he's counting. It seems like it.
This is one of the things yesterday, though, when Willie was on a bit of a rush, that a friend took him outside at one point and said, you just need to just calm down
Hey.
a bit. You're getting carried away too much, and then you're not
It's-
playing optimally because
It's a
of the fact
phrase.
that you're
It's a
getting...
phrase I patented about 8-9 years ago. Positive tilt is a real thing.
Yeah.
Positive tilt is a problem. Like you're on a rush, you think you can win every pot. That's
Yeah.
when you spew.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
That's when you,
Yeah.
I usually go on a positive like tilt when I win one hand, and then the hand after I want to play right away. It's like
wow. So you have
I
a
may-
you have a real problem with
I
it.
know, and then I restrain.
I won the blinds.
myself.
I'm playing the next hand.
Yeah, I know. And I'm like, no, calm down. Don't do that.
The scoop is underway. Hopefully you know this by now. The best online poker series of the year, in my opinion. You've got the 3 buy-in levels. It means that everyone can play. Satellites running round the clock for almost no and literally no money. Event 25 is today. Starts later on.
Looks fun.
Fatima's in. hopefully
well,
you're into.
I might be in, but I might play the little side event here too.
Good man.
Oh, the little turbo going
Yeah.
on. Yeah.
Just because it's fun.
Why not?
Yeah, why not?
First terms are coming in. Willy bashing is the first one. I'm not sure that one would.
Willy what?
Willy bashing.
Willy bashing.
Yeah.
Willy bomb.
It's called Willy mode. The Willy bomb. Yeah.
The Willy bomb. That's quite good.
I like that one. The Willy bomb. Let's put that on the shortlist.
We can give away a few, right?
Okay.
We've got a lot of prizes to give away.
We have. Yeah.
Get entering, guys. Hashtag UKIPT Live. Describe what Willy's doing to this final table, or a nickname for him, or whatever you like.
Free Willy.
Free Willy is in. Fatima's going to win a
That's a bad one.
PokerStars
Right?
optical mouse. We've got t-shirts, mice, Bluetooth speakers. What else we got?
I could see a Dutch guy saying the uitsmijter, which means like the, well, you know when you have eggs, like fried eggs.
Yeah. When you have fried eggs.
I don't know. Yeah, that's what it's called, but I don't know.
Breakfast.
Yeah, whatever. Just leave it. Whoops, daisy.
You stopped
Fudge.
yourself. Fudge.
Fudge.
Stop yourself. Personal growth has taken place.
Jamie
Fudge.
Sykes is needling you somewhat, which I think is
Who,
a bit
who?
harsh because he's pulled out of doing some commentary because he's a bit ill. Jamie Sykes is a very well-known UK
Yeah.
player. Never ahead with juices? Question mark. Handrankings.com.
Well, I know, but against his range. You're always ahead, but you know, against his range, like he's shoving like threes.
Richard
If
Lyle.
he shoves any pair or ace king, ace queen, ace jack, any hand.
Richard Lyle's gone with Thrilly Willy, which I quite enjoy.
Free Willy?
Thrilly.
Thrilly
As in
Willy.
Nice,
thrill.
nice.
Yeah, Thrilly
All right,
Willy's good.
I'll shortlist that one as well.
David Blacklaw, the Tartanator. Because Willy's Scottish.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah?
Yeah, do you like that?
Yeah, I like all of them.
All right.
I'm a sucker for anything.
I'll put it on the shortlist and then we'll go through the shortlist in a bit and we'll pick out a few winners.
Big Willy style. Luke Curtis has tweeted in going with the song, which I like. Big Willy style, nice.
Nice.
Will Smith, that edgy gangster rapper.
And there's a photo with
Men
it
in
as well.
Black. Yeah. Silly Willy.
So, William Elliott has William Elliott played every hand? I think he might have passed two. He's just played Queen 5 suited under the gun.
He's on his
And he just said, I'm under the gun.
positive
This
tilt.
is like the heater of all heaters.
No, it's working though. It's
fun
working.
to watch. It's
yeah,
really
it is.
fun to watch. There haven't been
It's
too
intriguing.
many. Like, bear in mind that there's 218 or 15. I keep getting confused. 200,000 plus pounds for first prize in this event. It's not like we're watching a $3 online sit and go.
And it's fun. But it's
Phenomenal.
funny that Benito is just letting it all happen. You know, he has quite some chips. He could do something. You know, if he knows that Elliott's opening a wide range, he could 3-bet. You know, like I haven't seen a 4-bet yet from Elliott, so
He's probably just thinking, I've got second position locked up here.
Yeah, if
guess,
Elliott knocks everyone out, Benito's delighted
Yeah,
with that, isn't
that's
he?
true.
It's
That's true.
127k.
That's what Duncan did for me at the Isle of Man.
Yeah, that's
He
right.
knocked out 3 people and then me. I was last to be knocked out though, so that was
That's good.
that was
Yeah, well, that pays.
better.
That kind
Yeah.
of laddering up pays in a big way.
yeah, and you're just chilling out. You know, you're just chilling out, checking out your hand, and that's it.
Yeah, I remember
So,
someone.
like, Angelo Miliotto here with ace-4 on the button,
Yeah,
and with 20...
25. Well,
20
yeah,
25 would be nice.
20. Yeah, a little less.
It looks like he's going to open. I don't know if I'd be opening.
No, it's either fold or shove.
Unless his plan is to call the shove.
Yeah, that's what I'm. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Is
Especially from the button,
is
though.
ace
Yeah,
four
I
strong
mean-
enough for
Yeah,
that?
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know.
There you go.
There we go.
I mean, I
it's like,
understand, I understand.
He's being
I
so
understand
polite
Miliotto's-
about it too. I have to do this.
I understand Miliotto's frustration, but it can't be a surprise. It
No.
can't be a surprise.
Yeah, his reaction was
You have
surprising.
You have to absolutely know what you're going to do, I think.
Yeah,
And
I don't
he
get
can't-
it.
He can't call, though. He just can't call.
No, then just shove. I don't get it.
Yeah, he should
Like
just be
everyone's
shoving.
like, oh, I can only shove if I have like 15 big blinds or something. But you can shove with like any hand, like with like any stack.
Genuinely, I've got a hand.
Willie.
Willie,
Yeah.
this is only going to work for an
Everyone had a
hour.
hand.
He is 100% my new
Hey.
hero. Like 100%. Not just the way he's playing and what
He's
he's
being
doing
so
to this
polite about
final
shoving,
table,
yeah.
but the banter is brilliant. The lies, the
Brilliant.
Yeah, the
effortless
lies.
lies.
But I mean, it's only going to work for an hour.
I don't want to be his girlfriend.
You want to be his girlfriend?
No, not.
Oh.
He's such a smooth liar.
Yeah.
It's so easy for him.
Mark, you say it's only going to work for an hour, and I understand why you're saying that, but I'm not sure that's true, because there is very little the other players can do. Even if they see his hands, there's very little they can do. Are you going to take a 60-40 flip when you're 8th and there are 6 other stacks that are the same level
but
as
with
you?
the information...
and the difference... Yeah, but so what?
Angelo would
But
shove
after an
there
hour,
rather
I
than
would
raise
like-
fold.
Yeah.
You make adjustments.
Or fold.
He should.
Or
All
fold.
I'm saying to you is, you've got 6 stacks, 7 stacks that are almost at the same level. The difference between 2nd and 8th is £100,000.
Look, Duncan.
So are you going to be the one?
But check
that
this out.
takes-
Duncan's just shoving now. He's open shoving.
Yeah, Duncan's a crazy guy. He's the one player at the table that'll have no problem doing.
Exactly.
And he does have a pocket pair.
It's early.
He
It's
does
early.
have a pocket pair.
Yeah.
Oh wow, he's run into a hand here. He's run into a hand, McClellan. Let's see what it is.
It's the 2 red spades.
Remy Shaw's pretty sure he does not have Jack 2. I promise you of that. We'll get his correct hand in a second. Apologies for that. That's an error on the graphic. He does have Jack 2. It's a bit tilty, but he does.
I've seen what he had. I'm
Will
not
you
saying
let
anything,
Right,
though.
yeah.
suspense happen?
At least I can tell you what he had.
Ace queen. What
And
did you
now
think
I've
he had?
duct
What
tape.
did you think he had, Fatima?
I knew he had ace
Right.
queen.
Well, you didn't say it,
I'm not
so
going
you
to say
can't
anything
prove
else.
it.
I think you can hear me talk.
Classic race for these two. Big pot for these two as well. Remy Shaw down to his last 15 big blinds with the ace queen. He's the all-in player, but McClellan would have his stack halved if he didn't, and there is a classic race underway.
Why are you putting duct tape on my mouth?
Because it's the only answer. It's literally the only answer.
Yeah, and apologies for the error in graphics, guys. This is the last time that the technology people, they fixed it after this, so it's all good from here on in.
Interesting.
McClellan's 4's still
Definitely.
doing well. Remy Shaw, no stranger to big final tables, Remy. He's got a 3rd in a World Series of Poker bracelet event. Trying to go a couple of places better today, but he'll need an ace or a queen if he's going to do it.
God, just when we were saying that this dealer was fast.
He doesn't
gone the
respond-
other
he doesn't
extreme.
respond well to pressure.
Boom.
Well, there you go.
A lock on the hand.
McClellan running good with the 4s.
4 would be a split, right? Another 4?
Yeah,
Oh,
4
yeah.
can chop it.
Just so you guys know.
Thank
Not
you,
saying
Fatima.
it's happening, but
Wow, you redeemed yourself
Boom.
at the last minute.
Nice. Remy Shaw leads us. He's a really top player. You'll see him at another big final table, I'm sure. But for now, he is the 8th place finisher here at Nottingham in the richest
that's
ever
me.
UKIPT.
Hey guys.
How are you
Magic
doing
of
this?
television.
£20,800. Fatima's twin sister, who is available, I believe.
Yeah, she is.
She's the nice one.
Her
though.
name is Natalia. She's from Russia.
Nice.
She was adopted.
Your adopted twin sister.
Yeah.
This is a really strange
Yeah,
story.
we just found each other.
That's unbelievable.
She only says
She
nice
played
things.
poker as well.
The egg was split. and
She's a
two
bitch,
halves
though.
of the egg-
She's a bitch.
Is she? She's
You don't
not
wanna
nice.
meet her, yeah.
Okay, fine. We'll avoid her. We won't get her in on commentary. She comes with less spoilers. Hashtag
probably.
UKIPT Live if you'd like to get involved on what has been a ridiculously entertaining broadcast so far. I hope you're enjoying it as much as we are.
It's
Willie
Willie-
Elliott terminating the final table.
Willy Bonker's Crushing Factory. That's what it is.
Who is that? A tweeters?
That's a tweeter.
Who is it?
You've
got to give them shout-outs,
v.dollar.v.p.azimac.
See, that's why he picked that screen name, so he could make you read it out.
XO.
Nice.
Willy Donker. Not yet.
So McClellan knocks out a player. He's up to 3.6 million, and that's interesting because he's the one so far that's really been prepared to take on Willie Elliott. And does Willie keep this going? Jack 4
Natalia.
suited, maybe too much.
Yeah.
You are the only member of Team PokerStars Sports Star or Team PokerStars Pro that doesn't need a microphone.
That doesn't?
Need a microphone.
I'll root for you that now. For you, yeah.
I can hear you on the broadcast anyway.
Dude, that's Natalia.
Natalia, will you keep it down?
Pain coming for that.
You adopted twin person.
Bitch. Yeah. Get out of the way.
Biatch.
This is going to be the Willie Dozer again. That comes in from Keith Nicholson.
This creates its own dynamic now with these two going at it. It's like they haven't. It's like no one's passing up a spot at any point.
True.
You've opened, therefore I can 3-bet because I'm allowed to. Watch this.
I think I went to the bathroom for this hand.
Well, it has gone much quieter out there, so
Yeah.
story checks out.
I think so.
I honestly think that McClellan's the only player at this table, and I'm not saying that the other players are not excellent players, because there's 2 or 3 top players, but I think he's the only player at this table with this chip stack that would go to war here. I'm not saying he's going to, but I think he's capable of
Yeah,
it.
definitely.
Yeah.
He has decided to fold, but he's definitely capable of it. And I
He's
think
just happy with his stack right now. I think that's why he's not like doing
he should be.
anything more.
Yeah, he has no need to do anything right
That's
now.
why. That's smart. He's being sensible.
He's up to 45 big blinds. There's lots of
Yeah.
full stacks left.
Exactly.
Maybe here Toby
But
Stang's
I
in there.
agree with the fact that he's open here. Sorry?
No, so I was just going to say the price of poker's going up. Blinds are now up to 50, 100,000. So 10k ends.
150.
I wonder what the guys are going to do now, the shorties.
Well, now we have one person with 14 big blinds or everyone's fiddles, and 3 guys with 17 big blinds or less.
Yeah.
I'm saying
They have to
fold.
open shove.
They have to
Yeah,
open shop
that's-
now. You're
yeah.
absolutely right.
Unless you
Unless you-
pick up the world and you
Exactly.
pick up kings.
Exactly. And they haven't shown what they do anyways with any hand. Like they've usually opened or not done anything yet. So they can still afford to do that.
A couple of people have gone with Godzilla mode.
The Willie Nater.
The Willie Nater's good.
I like that. I like that one.
All right.
Wynford Compton goes with extreme table chieftain mode. There's many prizes to give out here, I think. We'll do that in a couple of minutes. We're just going to see this hand, and then Fatima, apparently we have to let you go,
Oh.
which I'm quite sad about.
Are you really?
Yeah, I am. It's been very entertaining. I think everybody listening is very sad about it as well.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Whoa, 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 hold the phone.
Yeah, Elliot's folded.
Elliot's just made a massive mistake.
What a nit.
I think he didn't know the action was on him. He thought it was the last hand and he was just returning his cards or something.
Pearson?
Yeah, Trevor Pearson with 16 bigs decides he doesn't need to just
Oh, there we
overfold
go.
and he takes the blind. That was almost normal.
Yeah, that felt like a normal hand.
Yeah.
Boring, right? Like,
What's so good about that?
yeah. Hey,
Fatima,
guys.
it's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you.
I think I
Really
speak for
has.
everybody listening. You've been a star as ever.
Well, thank you. I'm just going to go outside and check out fat women and ask them if they're pregnant
Yeah,
and then
do
see
that.
what happens.
And please,
Report back, yeah.
please do not send in, don't send Natalia in because she seems awful.
Natalia, yeah, she's not cool. Damn.
Well, good
Okay.
luck in the tournament that you play.
Yeah,
Give 'em hell.
whichever one it's going to be.
Go
I
on
will.
Willie mode.
I will, I will.
Cool.
And
Okay.
have a great summer,
Bye,
Fatima.
guys.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you too. Bye.
Fatima Maria de Mello, the team PokerStars Sports Star. What a star she is. Pleasure to have her on the broadcast. Hope you all enjoyed it. Hashtag UKIPT Live if you'd like to get in touch. You'll enjoy our next guest as well. We're going to have Chris Moneymaker coming in a couple of minutes. A legitimate world champ will be in the booth. Nuts at PokerStars.tv if you prefer to email. Hashtag UKIPT Live is the easiest way. We're going to wrap up our competition, Mark.
Yeah. So should we go through some of the favourites?
I mean, it's up. You understand it's mostly up to you.
Really?
Yeah, you're like the judge and jury.
Oh, no. I want you involved as well.
Okay.
Okay.
So let's give away 5 prizes.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've shortlisted 7.
Let's give away 7 prizes.
Okay. All right. We're going to give away 7 prizes. Ross Jarvis, congratulations. Called it the Willie Bomb.
The Willy Bomb. I love it.
Yeah. Richard IL, congratulations. Thrilly Willie. David
I
Blacklaw,
love that.
congratulations. The Tartanator. Luke Curtis, congratulations. Big Willie.
Clearly.
Azzy Mack, congratulations. Willie Bonkers Crushing Factory. Keith Nicholson, congratulations. Willie Dozer. And the last winner, Ben Houghton, congratulations. The Willie Nater. So if all you guys follow at UKIPT, we'll give you a follow back, get some DMing going on, and we'll let you choose a prize.
Yeah, we've got great stuff.
Yeah.
Bluetooth speakers, optical mice. What else we got? T-shirts.
Headphones. Yeah.
Lots more competitions today. Hashtag UKIPT Live to get involved when we launch one. And questions for our next guest. A legitimate world champ. Team PokerStars Pro. Chris Moneymaker.
The
is
real
in the
deal.
house.
The one and only.
Chris, you can talk now. Thank you for sitting patiently while we wrapped up our Willie Nater competition.
Not a problem. You know, you got the good-looking person in here now. I don't know what happened to this other girl that just left.
Oh.
She's going to hit me.
It's alright, she hasn't got
She
Yeah,
did
she
hit
did
me.
hit.
She did.
That was
She
real.
did hit me.
Fatima lays one on Chris Moneymaker. Scandal. Right hook to
Yeah.
face. Not quite
And
the
she's a
face.
sports star. She hits pretty hard. That's a
Yeah,
good
exactly.
little-
You
little
picked the
whack.
you picked the wrong
Yeah,
you picked the wrong poker player to.
Just be thankful that
Wind
she hasn't
up.
got a hockey stick in her hand. That's all I'm going to say.
Brilliant.
So I show up here, and this one guy has all the chips, and they're calling him all these names.
All these
So-
names because he's been moving all in
But I
most
just,
hands.
I
You've
sit
quite-
down, and he's folding.
You've calmed him down.
I sit in the commentary booth, and he just folds.
This is the effect that Fatima has on men, you see.
She calms them down.
No, Chris calms them down.
All right, Fatima gets them
Fatima
all riled up.
Gets them all riled up, especially Willie.
Well, I hope I calm him down. I hope I don't rile any guys up. That'd be not such a good thing.
That's another show later in the week.
Take what you can get.
Do
this
we
live,
have an
Chris.
all-in?
Take what you can get.
I think Pearson's going to double up.
Yeah, Pearson opens this hand with 18 big blinds, and Juan Benito, the bigger chip stack, decides to shove over the top. Pearson's thinking about it. It's kind of tough, this, Chris, because there's 3 other players with chip stacks shorter than his. So it's hard not to think about the money jumps here if you're him.
Yeah, what has he got? 1.79 million.
Yeah.
And he opened to what?
He opened to 325,000, which is kind of a big open.
Yeah, once you open this big, unfortunately, you're not folding. Or you shouldn't be folding with 8s in this spot. But he is. I understand the money jumps. Money jumps are important, but at this point, I'm playing for second place. Hopefully to get the first, but yeah,
So tell us, what would your thoughts be with a big chip leader who's playing 60-70% of hands and prepared to shove news, that sort of thing? What would your game plan be if you're sitting on 15, 20 big blinds like these players are?
well, if I'm in the 15 to 20 big blind range, I'm going to wait for him to open and then just ship in a pretty wide range. I know he's going to be calling off a little bit lighter, but if I can get to 33, 40 big blinds, I can really start, I'm going to look to gamble to move up the money ladder pretty quickly and put me in the spot to win, because Willie is obviously opening up very light, very wide, so I'm going to look for spots to, you're going to get your money in good most times.
So you're actually going to try and take advantage of what he's doing. You're not going to sit there and let other people bust out. You're going to try and make some chips.
No, everybody else is sitting there, trying to wait people out. My game plan would be entirely different. I would be attacking him. Well, once I get to 35, 40 big blinds, then I can start playing, I can play poker with him.
You've always kind of had that mentality with tournament poker. Obviously everybody saw your final table when you won the World Series, but when you read about how you played during that event, you were aggressive the entire event. Is that something that's always just come quite naturally to you with poker?
Yeah, I guess. I've tried to tone down my aggression, but aggression is key in poker, and, I've always said you can be a bad poker player, and if you're a bad poker player and you're passive, you have 0% chance to win a tournament. But if you're a bad player and you're aggressive, you can be Chris Moneymaker.
It was incredible. It was incredible that you were able to keep that aggression. And the reason I'm asking this is we've got some players at the final table that's their first big live event final table. It's incredible you were able to keep that aggression going when you won the World Series all the way through to the end. You never kind of got the fear. You never seemed to kind of worry about the money, which obviously was huge.
Yeah, well, I'd been gambling my whole life, so I don't know. I guess I went with it.
Did you feel like that?
So, I hate like this pocket threes. It's really tough with the guy that's opening up and 3-betting a lot. playing a lot of hands. This is a spot more I would fold. I would just fold the pocket threes. I don't really want to get involved here because unless you flop a three, it's really going to be hard for you to continue. I mean, there's a lot of spots I would pick. This would just not be one of them with 15 big blinds.
Yeah.
If you're going to do this, I mean, you might as well ship it in and maybe try to look stronger by just making a smaller raise, but this is going to get him in trouble right here.
Yeah, it's going to be trouble because Elliot's called here and he's just going to go after him on the flop a lot, right?
This is
I mean,
like
unless he flops a three, you know, Elliot is just, you know, got such a leg up here just because of the stacks. And now Elliot's not going to fold either, so I just don't see Elliot folding a straight draw.
Check it goes on the flop. And Elliot hits the lead on the turn.
That's ball game for one.
And it goes.
It's actually a good bet there because Flynn might have been tempted to shove, but he picked up some more equity with an inside straight draw to go with this pair. I'm surprised Willie just didn't open shove on the flop.
Well, I mean, if you're going to raise the pocket threes and you get a 5-6 jack flop, I mean, I know that Willie's calling pretty wide, but that doesn't hit a whole lot of ranges. I just don't know what you're hoping for if you're raising under the gun with threes. I mean, you can't flop a three every time.
Yeah, he said you should have just folded, really. Best play there.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of spots that you, like, you know, for example, this will be a good spot. You know, if William opens the button here, I would shove almost any two cards. I think it's going to be that'll work out a lot better than raising pocket threes under the gun.
Yeah, the way Willie's been playing, he's more likely to just shove here than open.
Well, then I'm going to call with anything like King 7 plus. Especially if he's
it's really interesting listening to you because you are 100% willing to take the 60-40 and gamble and try and get back into this tournament. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, if I'm playing a tournament, I'm here to win. You know, now granted, you know, look at something like the PCA, and I'm leading with 11 people to go, or 12 people to go, and I bust out 11. So you know, it happens. But
yeah,
you know, I'm gonna put myself in position to win a tournament. I'm not gonna, you know, like, you know.
Great spot for Trevor Pearson. It's actually Willie changed what he did. He'd been shoving on the button a lot. This time he opens, and Pearson gets a hand. Great spot for him.
Yeah, now you just got to hope for a fold.
1.325. Right, that changed things. I think I had 1.7, sir, sorry. No.
So $1 million to call for Willie. Started this hand with 11.3 million. We've got 7 players left, and he's closing in on 50% of the chips in play. Amazing.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Elliot's hand there's not behind a whole lot. He's going to be racing a lot in that spot. But again, you can't be calling off 10% of your chips, or pretty soon you'll be with his chip lead right now. You know, if I'm him, I'm doing sort of what he did, taking small stabs and just needling him to death. And when they decide they want to shove in, if I don't have a hand, I'm not going to get involved.
That's the voice of Chris Moneymaker, the world champ, and Team PokerStars Pro is with us for the next 45 minutes or so. You can get your questions to him at #UKIPT Live or nuts@pokerstars.tv. Do take advantage of having it in the booth. We've watched quite an extraordinary final table here in Nottingham, the richest ever UKIPT. And Willie Elliott looks like he's going to win it all at the moment. But it can change very quickly. This is no limit hold'em.
Yeah, I actually folded like for 2 hours last night playing a scoop. It's really difficult for me to do, so I do have it in my game.
There you go. That's another gear.
Look at Elliot. Elliot's like folded 3 of 4 hands. He's not even. You need to take away all the hashtags.
He's destroying his reputation there. Anthony Flynn is all in here with 12 big blinds. Pretty standard stuff with the ace.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What's McClellan calling with here?
If I'm McClellan, I'm calling with king better. You know.
Queen Jack suited.
I don't know if I'm calling. Yeah, Queen Jack's not terrible. Let's see. How many chips does he have?
McClellan has 3 million. So he has 32 big blinds at the start of the hand, and the shove was for 12 big blinds. close.
Yeah, I don't like. I mean, it's not terrible, but given the dynamics of the table, I just me personally, I would, instead of calling off and put myself down to 20 big blinds when I know I'm probably going to be behind his range. Even if Jack Queen plays well against his range, you're still probably going to be behind. I think there's a lot better spots to come back over the top. Well, now it's a great play.
Now it's a great play.
Now it's a great play.
Horrible turn for Anthony Flynn. Of course, he knows his tournament's at risk with this hand, but horrible to see, brutal for him. And that queen gives Duncan McClellan the win. Anthony Flynn leaves us. He's played a great tournament and a fantastic result for the recreational poker player. He goes out in 7th, £29,000. Great showing from him. Kudos to him. Not sure what his kids get for 7th. We're not sure.
Yeah, because earlier on, Chris, we read out that if he won, he was going to buy a new car for his 18-year-old daughter. 16-year-old daughter is going to get a new wardrobe, and he's going to take his son to the World Cup in Brazil. So now he'll buy his son a TV so he can watch the World Cup in his room.
Yep.
His daughter will be taking down the local charity shop so she can get.
He's just won £29,000.
And
a bicycle.
He hasn't won £29,000.
And a bicycle for the eldest.
Or a go-kart, one of the two.
Yeah, or a scooter or something like that.
Just a personal message to Anthony Flynn's children. He has won quite a lot of money still. Don't let him off there. 7th place, £29,000. We've got 6 players left here at the UKIPT. Hashtag UKIPT Live to get your questions in for Chris Moneymaker. Any comments you have on this amazing final table so far. And hurry up and do it, because it doesn't look like we're going to be here for very long.
This is a cool final table because, I mean, it's not often that you have a chip leader that is so dominant. And it changes the dynamic of everything. For example, like I was saying, that Jack Queen type hand, I think there's better spots for him to re-raise the chip leader.
Yeah, Jamie Verland, who's one at UKIPT, writes in to say people adjusting or not really badly to Big Willie style on the final table. He should just crack on, just carry on with the way he's been doing it, because people aren't adjusting.
No, yeah, people are not adjusting to what he's doing, obviously.
Pretty easy decision for Ryan Spittles here with 11.5 big blinds and ace queen, and he doesn't get any action. So we've got 3 short stacks here. Trevor Pearson in seat 1 has 17 big blinds, and Angelo Miliotto in the blue tracksuit top in the 4th seat round. He's on 1.4 million, which is 14 big blinds, and Ryan Spittles next to him also has 14 big blinds. So we're going to see some more shoving.
Yeah, Toby Lewis has written in. Toby, 8-10 of clubs online, one of the best, UK's best.
I was
players.
playing with him last night, yeah.
Yeah, he says some absurd ICM and big stack mistakes on the final table.
He doesn't say what they are.
Come on, Toby, give us some more. We need more than that, buddy. 140 characters, give us what you got.
Good luck today on your scoop.
Also,
I think you were still in when I busted like 15 minutes before the end of the day.
Also, anyone that can explain ICM in 140 characters will get a prize from me.
There we go. That's
What's
your copy. You're following that one.
In 100 not what does it stand for?
I was about to say, I can do
ICM?
that
no.
real fast.
What is ICM?
You can't just write independent chip model.
Oh, is that what it stands for?
Is that what it stands for? Yeah, no, he's right.
I'm very bad on detail things, so I'm like, is it what it stands for?
We have a raise and a call. Is that still allowed with these stacks?
Yeah, Trevor Pearson's decided to appeal. To call here with King Queen suited after Elliot raises.
This is interesting with 17 big blinds.
You got to know what's coming. That's the key.
Yeah, it's a lot easier of a game.
Expect Willie to see bet 100% of the time, maybe not that much.
Oh, Willie. You can find out all the information you need for so much less. You know Pearson's never making a play at you in this spot. You can just really just...
Actually bet super small there and get exactly the same.
Yeah, you bet super small because he's going to smack the king with king, queen, king, jack type hands. Or he's going to miss completely.
If you're going to do that on the flop, why not do it pre-flop and put the ultimate pressure on?
Well, I mean, I don't want to jam in a7 pre-flop. I mean, that's not really fun. I mean, if you get called, you're going to be crushed a lot of times.
Well, Elliot needs to catch an ace here or his tournament's done. Amazing run through this event for him.
What's this?
His biggest prize so far. But he
did you just say Elliot's
no, excuse me. He's fine, isn't he? I'm flipping it around.
I want to know how this works.
I'm trying to infuse drama where there is none. Apologies, everybody got the hand. I'm sure you were way ahead of me. Please don't.
It was that ICM stuff.
Yeah. Through me. Also, I lost my hand ranking sheet, so I didn't know who was ahead. Pearson, of course, doubles up. He's up to 3.7 million. Great spot for him. So the dynamics changed now, hasn't it? Willie's down to 9 million. He's got 3 players now that can really hurt him. Juan Benito, Duncan McClellan and Trevor Pearson, all around the 40 big blind mark.
Yep. And this is, you know, I would hopefully be one of these stacks that can hurt him now. I mean, they can actually play someone poker now.
The big question is going to be, can Willie Elliott adjust?
That's the thing.
Because it's hard when you've had your foot on the accelerator to
That is very
flip
difficult.
the script.
And that, you know, I'm sure Williams played great, but that was a mistake, that bet that he just made on the flop right there. I mean, there's no reason to just... I've made that mistake before where I just decided to spaz out. And
Yeah, it was a very, very dry flop as well. If, as you said, you're right. If his opponent hadn't, he was just going to, you know, even for a small bet, 200k, he's just going to run away.
yeah, well, if he's going to call, I mean, he's not going to call you very light there. I mean, he might call you with a small pair potentially, but it's not going to be often. With his stack especially.
Well, no problem here. Willie Elliott has adjusted and tightened up. 10-7 suited under the gun.
What he did, min raise here?
Just a little
just
bit
over.
more, yeah, 225. We're playing 50, 100,000.
We're playing for about 600.
I know.
I think we're playing for about 600 right now. 100 each.
If you give the first prize, I'll go to the shop with you.
I'm going to go ahead and assume that the other card is a 600 there. Yeah, it's a really good spot for nines.
It's a dream for him, isn't it?
On his stack.
Angelo Miliotto all in with the 9 to 13 big blinds.
This is where Willie Elliott needs to stand up for like 5 minutes and just chill and, you know, calm down. Because I've been in this boat where, you know, you're sixes versus nines. You just get into this boat where you're constantly raising, you can't step off the gas, and you look down, all of a sudden the field's caught you.
He had the same thing yesterday, Chris. He got really, really overexcited, was winning lots of pots, and ended up exposing his hand and got an orbit penalty. And a friend took him outside and said, look, you just need to calm down, take a breath, take a step back, go back in, play your game, stop playing a million miles an hour. And he did, and he came back and he adjusted.
He needs to show his hand again by accident. I mean...
Got an all-in. My challenge is to remember who's got what hand.
And who busts.
And who busts and who doesn't.
Well, Miliotto, who was down to just 5 big blinds yesterday after a big cooler
Yeah,
of a
he
hand,
was,
made a
yeah,
really,
yeah.
really good comeback. Now he's in a great position here.
Just needs to fade a 6 on the river. Or he will double up. And that's the way it goes. Never happier to see the black Mariah. Angelo Miliotto is up to 3 million. 30 bigs for him. Juan Benito down to 3 million. So
this levels out everything a little bit more.
Yep.
There's no real short. Well, there's one real short.
Just
stack.
one, yeah. Ryan is the only short stack we've got right now with 12 bigs. Confirmation of how they stand. Willie Elliott's still in a great position, and that's what you were kind of saying, Chris. He has to understand he's got himself to an amazing position, but now other players can really do damage to him if he makes mistakes.
Yeah, Williams gonna have to change and, you know, utilize a different strategy. You know, the only thing would be perfect for him if he decides he can wake up with some monsters here all of a sudden. But he's playing with some really good players, and if he continues to try to abuse him with subpar hands, that might come back and bite him.
Look at this guy, bossing it.
You're very popular guy.
I know.
I think you should promote my Sky Poker 6 match in June.
Sorry?
I think you should promote my...
Pocket nines again, this time for Duncan. 2.5x, is it?
We got the next opponent counting his chips.
Could you ever imagine Duncan folding here if one of the other similar sized stacks shoved behind him?
Maybe this first guy, just because he's in early position. Like, you know, his hand right here is probably going to be ace king.
Solely.
I'll just stop there.
That's it. It doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah,
You can just leave now.
Yeah,
leave on a high.
This is a big decision for Duncan McClellan, I think.
Yeah, this is like the one spot I might fold would be to him, just because he has such early position. It's so unlikely that he's going to do this light against him.
Well, not too much thought about it. In goes the money.
Oh,
Juan's not going to fold. This is going to be a huge flip. The winner of this pot's going to have 6-7 million chips.
Yeah, they're going to be a real force to. I mean, Willie's going to have a real competitor.
Yeah,
whoever wins
I mean,
this pot.
I don't know if they've been playing at each other a lot previously, or I mean, I understand the ace king getting it in. Not nines, it's not terrible for the nines to get it in, but it's a little light.
So Benito's all in with the ace king. If McClellan loses this, he will be pretty crippled. He'll be down to about 14 big blinds. Big pot for both these players.
You've already said McClellan doesn't seem to be, concerned about the money so much.
I think he's concerned about the money, but he just plays a very all-in style. You know, he just doesn't mind playing big pots.
Gotcha. Yeah, well, obviously.
Yeah. So great flop for the nines, as you can see. Benito needs to catch something.
Yeah, it's a pretty good flop for 2 nines.
Pretty nice turn for 2 nines. Some chop outs.
Yeah, just opportunities now is the only way that Benito can win the pot.
Y'all get paid a lot of money for this commentary, don't you?
Pardon?
It's gripping.
Gripping, yeah?
Yes.
Well, only because you're in here as well, Chris. Wouldn't be the same.
No,
Well, McClellan has just won. I think he's knocked out 3 players now. Juan Benito is going to be your 6th place finisher. You watched us on the webcast yesterday. He played an amazing day's poker, I thought. It really impressed us.
Completely agree. He was
But
really good.
He had very little opportunities. Had a situation where he had to call with 6s, and now got it in with ace king. Really not too much he can do. He's going to have to be content with 6th spot.
Well, you don't want anybody from any other country playing your tournaments anymore? He busted the one guy from out of the country.
I mean, we gave him £38,400 to make him feel better about it. I don't know what else to do. I mean,
Y'all didn't
we'll
give
give
me
him
anything.
I'll give him an optical mouse.
Fatima's taken enough money out of the UK economy on the UKIPT in the last 6 or 7 months or so.
I thought that was Natasha.
Ah. Natalia.
Natalia. Sorry, I didn't mean to upset your adopted twin sister.
Well, we've been playing less than an hour and a half, and we're down to 5 players.
It's crazy time.
Pretty rapid. But as you said, William Elliott now has a threat, a legitimate threat. It's the one player at the table that's already gone to war with him today, Duncan McClellan, gunning for his 2nd UKIPT title.
And he's already, he's got a propensity to gamble. He's shown that. So this is, I mean.
I reckon you should never play against a player that hasn't stacked his chips yet. That's what they say.
Ace king against nines.
You've won then, have you?
3 raises to 2.
Just tell everybody that.
It'll be very interesting to see how Willie reacts to a stack comparable to his now.
And in a way, for the casual viewer, it's really good that Duncan's got that stack, because before you came on air early on, these two went hammer and tongs at each other for the first couple of orbits, which is where Willie got a lot of his early chips.
Yeah.
So I think we can have fireworks.
Yeah, man, if I'm Willie against a person like McClellan, I'm going to try and play small ball, really small, and hopefully that McClellan, who likes to get in there, will put a little bit too many chips in.
Pearson defended his big blind here with the ace-9 suited, and as you can see, he caught the best hand, but that's an interesting turn for McClellan. Still checking, though.
I like McClellan's line on this hand.
Just happy to get to a cheap showdown.
Heck yeah. You pick up a good draw on the turn. Your hand's going to be good a lot of times.
6 no good. Pearson takes that one down.
Yeah, nice little run of pots for Trevor Pearson. He's up to 4 million, about 40 bigs right now.
Every pot's crucial now with the blinds of 50, 100. That's the thing. one small little mistake can cost you.
Yeah, see, now my game plan at this point would change dramatically. You know, if I'm any of these other guys, I'm going to wait for Ryan to make a move with 11 big blinds before I do anything to get into monster pots. I mean, there's no point in dropping 10,000 pounds or whatever it is on the floor. You know.
How's your ITM question coming along on Twitter?
Scarily well. I mean, I thought it was the most boring Twitter competition of all time, but there's several entries. It's impressive. I couldn't, nor would I try to explain 140 characters. Just before we do that, Toby Lewis came back to you with examples for those of you that want to geek out while listening to the webcast. Examples of ICM mistakes: opening 4 big blind with 8s, then folding.
That's Toby Lewis coming back in now, was it?
Yeah, Toby Lewis, 8-10 of clubs has come back. And says the big stack shouldn't raise fold the button with Queen 9 offsuit to 13 big blinds ever. Watch, learn, and enjoy here at UKIPT Live. I believe that's our slogan.
Well, I think that's what the 2 hands that we actually mentioned too is, you know, he did raise 8s. Once you put that much money out there, you can't fold, but he did. And again, I said Queen 9 is never really that far behind anything. If you're going to raise, you might as well go, go, go. I guess that was a blind v blind limp confrontation we just missed.
Yeah, small pot
now,
Trevor Pearson's way.
Are we on a break, or is the 11 big blind stack just decided he doesn't want to play for a minute? There he is. Okay. I understand that William wants to walk away from a hand, but Ryan cannot be missing many pots at this point.
12 of the cameras.
So did you have any luck in any of the other scoops that you were playing yesterday? You mentioned the one that you were playing against Toby, you busted near the end of the night.
No, I played 3 scoops, the low, medium, and high of the Sunday Million, and I made it in the money in the high, but did not in the low or the medium.
Well, if you're going to choose one to make the money, and I'd choose the high.
I figured that was the better one to choose. I mean, I've had some decent, success online. I've had 3 pretty nice scores in this trip, so I can't complain. It's all this live stuff I can't figure out. Uh-oh, we got a call. No, I would think.
Now Ryan Spittle's all in, as you can see. Angelo Miliotto with the ace-10 and the decision. It's about $1 million. About a mill ball, Angelo.
He's asking how much it is. At this stage, with 5-6 people left with all these stack sizes, I would know exactly how much everyone's got every single hand. It's so important to be aware of what your opponents are, what your opponents have, because then you can, really try and get inside their heads and figure out what would you do in their position. And he does call.
He does call. Ryan Spittles needs some help. Very popular young UK pro, but he's in danger of elimination here.
He's got live cards though. He'd be happy to see that. So easily could be dominated when a big blind calls to an undergun shove.
We could be full-handed. We may not make it to the first break.
I'm glad I decided to come in at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, exactly.
Not like 5.
Miss it all.
I'll be sitting in the room by myself. But I think PokerStars will make me sit here for an hour just for punishment.
You will do your stint.
You will do your stint, yeah.
Sit on the microphone and talk and entertain the people.
Here we go then for Ryan Spittle's tournament, and no help for him on the flop.
5 for a 10. It's good. Think of it as taking 5 on the 10.
Six on the turn doesn't do too much for him. He's down to his last 5 outs.
Yeah.
I'm not that concerned. I'm not that concerned. Oh, just
Wrong kind of pain. Ryan Spittles is going to be your 5th place finisher here at UKIPT Nottingham. Great run for him. Very, very popular young UK pro. We'll hear from him again in a big tournament, I'm sure. £51,700 is going to ease the pain of finishing 5th. He's a really good player, right, Mark?
He's a really, really good player. And he did very well to get to this final table. He was absolutely card dead through some really crucial stages yesterday.
Gave a bit of a short stack clinic, didn't he, yesterday?
He did, yeah. And he was actually in one spot. He was quite fortunate. If you watched our broadcast yesterday, you saw that he squeezed all in with Ace King and was called by Benito, who had Ace Jack. Now, in between his squeeze shove, Miliotto flat call with pocket 10s, Now, if he 3-bet pocket tens, he would have been committed to calling spittle shove. But once he flat, so if he 3-bet, he would have been committed to calling the shove. But once he flat called, he felt he got away from it, and he would have eliminated spittles.
It's the hidden luck of poker.
The hidden luck of poker, exactly. Yeah.
Poker, a lot of it is about timing and about waking up in the right spots.
Also, Mike Carro's Law of Loose Wiring, which I love. If you've never read Mike Carro's book, it's very, very old.
How do you all know all this stuff? ICM, law, I mean...
It's all in the script. Did you not get your script?
Oh, I did. I just didn't read it.
Mike Carro's Law of Loose Wiring is that people don't behave consistently. So, in another reality, the third player in that pot with the tens actually puts his money in, right? So you can never actually, you have to be able to read in the moment and judge how people are behaving in the moment to play poker. Trevor Pearson shows the ace-queen to get rid of his loosey-goosey image.
Yeah, he's opening up his range. He showed king-queen and I mean...
Well, he's got amazing. If he wants to start bluffing, he's got fantastic image to do it with.
I think he's got a fantastic image, and I think Trevor Pearson has a really good image if he wants to. I mean, not Pearson, but the guy that Miliotto. Yeah. He's got a pretty good image if he wants to try to bluff some, especially from the button. Although William Elliott, I don't think is paying much attention to images at this point. I think he has calmed down quite a bit, though.
Yeah, to be fair,
to be fair, he did walk away for a few minutes, or he hasn't played. I think he's back into playing his A game instead of his crushing game.
Amazing response on Twitter. Thank you so much for getting involved, Mark.
Is there any chance he'd
take us through some tweets, because we've had a ton recently?
Yeah, hashtag UKIPT Live. Fergal Nealon, who's a really good friend of Willie, says, great to see King Grayler getting a huge rail. Can't imagine a more deserving or popular winner of a UKIPT than Willie.
Are you saying that?
Simon Hemsworth writes in to say, McClellan seems like one of those people that gets all in and expects to win. I found them to be very dangerous.
Very dangerous.
Ben says, surely all the viewers want to see McClellan versus Elliott heads up. I know I do. And Jamie Berlin reckons Benito, before he went out, should rue that 6-6 hand. Two really bad decisions to set mine versus Willie, then call versus a tight player. A lot of money right there. And Paddy says, Chris Moneymaker, props for making the trip to Nottingham for UKIPT.
Yeah, it's quite funny how you came to be here, right?
It is.
Jake Cody made you, is the basic story.
He invited me, yes. It was... This is a great spot for Elliott to fire, by the way. Pearson, I mean, I can see the cards, obviously, but given the fact that Pearson didn't raise pre, and he didn't bet the flop, so he doesn't have a flush draw, he doesn't really have a whole lot of this. This is where
I might have the best hand, but I don't know. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, Elliott hasn't put his second card over the RFID reader, so that's why we're only seeing
all we need to see is the one.
It's good enough.
Doesn't need the speech.
Yeah, I don't really think he has. I mean, he's got air with that, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I really don't. I think that's probably like a 9.
I think it's the best hand then.
4 or something. Just not. I mean,
I disagree. I think he's got a flush. I think he's got a monster of a hand.
No, he does not.
He talks when he's comfortable. He's always comfortable.
I had a hand out to call a
He's comfortable because he's got 9 million chips.
Yeah.
I would be comfortable.
Well, I'd be comfortable because I know my opponent in that spot. It's going to be really hard for him to have anything. It's the way it was played. I'm really shocked that he just limped in on the small blind there.
Just some outstanding attempts to explain ICM in 140 characters.
I couldn't do it, I don't think.
Marcus, I can't give you a prize for copying and pasting the Wikipedia entry that describes the ICM into Twitter, although it's very innovative. Nice work.
Yeah, Willie's definitely stepped off the gas here.
Okay, so prizes for Leonard Crowell. ICM is a model that translates the chips you have into your equity to win the tournament. Very straightforward.
It's good, yeah.
That's Leonard Crowell. You win a prize. You can pick between speakers, headphones, lip salve, flannels, basket weaving kits.
Chris Moneymaker's underpants from yesterday.
They're in there, as yet unclaimed.
Sorry about that.
Michael Singh, this is genius. More chips are better, but not linearly so. That's excellent. You win a prize. Well done, Michael Singh. Thank you for everyone who guessed. And one more I want to give away. That's one more I liked.
Oh, please raise here. This is such a good spot for you to raise. Just do it. Yay! All right.
He's listening to the moneymaker.
Well, he picks up jacks too.
But that's brilliant though, because he said it looks like a great spot to raise and raise.
It's a fantastic spot.
Just raise and take.
It just sucks that he has jacks. He's wasted his good hand. He's got to stop showing though. I know what he's doing, but he's got to stop showing. He's showing his hand to reestablish his tight image, that he is tight, that he's not messing around. But the problem is there's 3 people at the table, and all 3 people will interpret him showing his hands differently.
And as you can see from the graphic, all 3 of them now have the chips to do some serious damage to his stack.
This is it's a pretty even poker tournament at this point.
If you can hear a ringing phone, Mark operates a bed and breakfast business on the side, and the bookings don't stop, do they?
I know. Well, I'm freelance, Nick. I've got to keep a lot of income streams open.
I understand. Well, that's sensible.
This doesn't pay as well as Chris Moneymaker might think it does.
This doesn't pay as well as fill in whatever you want at the end of that sentence. We're four-handed here at the richest ever UKIPT.
Ooh! Wow.
You're watching UKIPT from Nottingham. I'm doing the filler bit.
You're better at this than you are at slow rolling.
No, I'm better at slow rolling.
No, it's true. You're better at slow rolling.
I slow rolled Mark so bad. It was fun. I enjoyed it.
Twice.
You really slow rolled.
He really slow moved. Once was on the final table bubble. Like he slow rolled me like a boss. So I got him in a headlock. There's pictures of it, and then Monte Carlo last week I pretended to pour a glass of wine over the top of his head when he was unaware I was behind him.
Yep, but it was still worth it.
Yeah, all good fun.
There's a couple of people who have won prizes that we've announced earlier. If you're announced as a prize winner, you just need to tweet at UKIPT, and they'll arrange the choice and collection of your prize with you.
And follow them as well, so we can get some DM messaging going on.
Do that.
Natalia's back. What happened?
No.
Stay tuned. Something is coming soon.
You know, the thing with Natalia is that her parents told her that Fatima's the one that's adopted as well. This is really
the fatter one. What?
The Fatima's adopted. Not the fatter one. The Fatima is adopted. It's a weird family dynamic that one thinks that the other evil twin is adopted.
I can't believe Mark is calling one of them fat.
Oh, don't get me in trouble now, Chris.
She's already hit me.
I'm going to get you onto poker. Settle a discussion for us. James Graves tweeted in and says, is that a slow call with the ace-10 that he made to the shove? I'm having a debate with my friends. I think it's a bit of a nit roll to a 10 big blind shove there. Some of my friends think it's a tank, and you have to think about it.
Well, if it was me playing against Mark, it would definitely be a slow roll. I would tank forever.
for irritation.
Honestly, you know, I think if you've been playing poker with this long and you know that it's 11 big blinds or 12 big blinds or whatever it was, and you look down, you see your hand, I really just don't think there's much to think about. I mean, I saw his hand, I immediately just said call, and it took 30 seconds, which is quite a long time. I don't think it was a tank. I think it was a little bit of a, I'm going to make sure that, I'm thinking clearly maybe. They're playing for a lot of money.
I have a lot of sympathy for the players. They are playing for big money, and some of them are playing for easily the biggest money they've ever played for.
Yeah, I think
you don't want to make a mistake, do you?
There are some tables where you watch and you're just like, good God, make a decision. I mean, 'cause, you'll have an online player that'll play 15 tables at a time, but then it'll take 30 minutes to make a decision live.
This one definitely does not fall into that category.
This table is moving along swiftly. They're making quick decisions, so I've got literally nothing wrong with people taking their time when, I don't think it was ever going to be a fold, but at the same time, it does at that time it represented almost 50% or so of his stack. So, that's 20,000 pounds or something like that in equity. He's going to be calling off, even though that there really wasn't a decision. Sometimes you just got to go.
Got 15 minutes left to the end of this level. At one point, it did look like we wouldn't make it. Players going rapidly here at UKIPT Live Nottingham.
It's definitely slowed down quite a bit.
Well, they're much deeper now than they were because of the fact that the chips are spread between fewer players.
See, I told you were better at this, Mark.
Thank you, Chris.
Oh, yes. We get to see action.
The 3-bet from McClellan. And Elliot's going to peel. And as you can see, hasn't dominated.
Both completely missed that flop.
But this is such a huge advantage of 3-betting. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
I mean, you take the initiative away, so, I mean, you know, I teach a lot in my camps and things like that, you know, like the King 7 type hand. I mean, this is where you would 3-bet to take the initiative away, because whoever takes the initiative away and controls this pot generally is going to win unless you're playing against the sicko, which, you know, Willie can be, but, you know, Willie's got to be a little bit careful here because McClellan's already shown that he's not afraid.
Well, we watched McClellan win UKIPT Isle of Man, and he is capable, especially in 3-bet pots, he's capable of any kind of move, you know. He's capable of raising the turn if Elliot folds, he's capable of rebluffing him. So yeah, he has to be careful, and he does go ahead and fold.
Yeah, but you know, I teach people all the time, you know, the value of the 3-bets and how to use them effectively and what they're used for. But that's a really good example there. You know, just think, you know, not to do too much teaching, but you know, if you have King 7 in that spot and you decide you're going to see a flop, and you just flat call, well, you're just going to check fold that flop, you know, a lot of times, and that's a what, $300,000 swing in tournaments. So when, you know, you go home to tell your significant other that you did all you could, but you just busted your tournament because you waited for aces and they got cracked, you know, those are spots like that where you can pick up chips.
That pot's got Duncan up to 7.7 million, so just 200,000 chips, which is 2 big blinds behind Willie now.
Yeah, if you'd have gone out about, you know, 30, 40 minutes ago and offered people odds that the chip lead would change, like at one point Willie had over 11 million and the next most was 3 million.
Yeah.
It just shows how fast it can flip around in no limit.
Well, it's been since I sat in the booth. I don't think Willie's won a hand since I sat in the booth.
You're his cooler, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Willie. I didn't mean to come in and cool you like this. But I will say one thing. You know, the good thing is you know, I didn't know if Willie was going to be able to step off the gas and slow down. He's obviously done that. He's changed his gears, so, you know. You know, it's not as easy as it seems to do. It's really difficult once you're, like Mark was saying, you're stepping on the gas. It's really hard to step off the gas. Especially when he was stepping on it as hard as he was. I mean, he had it to the floor.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's a big momentum's a big word to use in poker, and I think his momentum was stopped when he made that mistake that you talked about a lot, Chris. You know, the shove with the A7 into the King Queen. I think that really knocked the wind out of him. But you know, maybe he needed that slightly. You know, maybe in the long run it wasn't such a bad thing.
I'd just take the cruise to the championship and not worry about it.
I mean, although this is, you know, quite a standard play for Minioto to raise from the small blind with King 7, it actually counts as a ridiculously fearless play in my book because.
Yeah, like in this spot with that type of hand, I wouldn't mind seeing just a limp because, I mean, he's never really going to fold. And, you know, King 7, while it's not a bad hand, it doesn't flop all that well. This is about the best you can actually hope for. I mean, at this point, I would feel pretty comfortable. I mean, I wouldn't want to bloat the pot too much.
350.
That's 350 into 540. 315, excuse me, into 540.
So if we're going to see a Willie bomb here.
Well, Willie's playing really well because this flop generally is not going to hit his opponent's hand very often. I mean, short of a flush draw.
Just floating him, hoping to take it away on a later street.
I love the check here now. I just check call down the whole way here, I believe. Almost no matter what comes.
Yeah, the river's going to be the interesting street, isn't it? Because Willie goes ahead and executes the plan and bets.
I don't really think he's going to fold here. He might. I don't think he is. It will be interesting if like the Jack of Spades peels on the river though. That would be like the death card for Melito.
Jack of Spades and then Willie bets the pot.
Yeah,
How'd you call that?
That would be sick. That would be bad.
That's a significant pot now, 2 million in it, and it's not the Jack of Spades, but it's still a pretty horrible card.
Yeah, it's a pretty bad card.
Oh,
Oh,
wow.
oh wow, he gave up. Oh, Melito was so happy right now.
Yeah.
So, oh, dude, breathe again.
Thank God he didn't bet. Thank God he didn't bet.
Yeah, what do you do with a $1.5 million bet there if you're Melito? Would have been really tough. Hashtag UKIPT Live if you'd like to get in touch. That's where we are with the chip standings. We've got a new chip leader for the first time today. Duncan McClellan, already a UKIPT champion, takes the chip lead here in Nottingham. But it's pretty tight right now.
It really is. Yeah, Trevor Pearson slightly a cut adrift at the bottom, but he's 39 big blinds. He can seriously do some damage to the other stack. So,
and with his style, he can definitely work his way up into second place without these other guys are more than willing to get it in.
245.
Glenn raises under the gun, 245,000. We know he's got a king, as of his other card over the RFID sensor.
I think it's more fun when you only know one.
Elliot calls from the small blind. Queen Jack suited.
There's sometimes I like a raise, but I do like a call in this spot. This Queen Jack of clubs plays really well against his range. And of course, that completely bombed. So.
Checkity check.
Oh, this is a spot Elliot could steal. Once it's King 9, Elliot will get away with it. And he's not going to even try. Well, hand over. King high wins. I don't understand. I don't know what his other card is. I don't know why you would bet here, though. I don't think he has he doesn't have ace king. I would almost guarantee. I think he's got like king 10 or king jack. If he has either one of those two hands, a bet doesn't make any sense here because he's going to get called by pairs and.
Well, the hand may not be over, Chris.
What? Don't tell me he's going to get called by jack queen or re-raise. That'd be sick. That would be great poker. Okay.
Oh, shame.
You got to show the other card. It's got to be. It's not an ace. We'll never know, but.
McClellan takes it down. There's been one-way traffic into McClellan's stack for the last hour or so.
I'm over here commentating all this about all the plays and stuff. I'm the one in the booth. They're the ones on the table, so.
It's always easier when we're sat here.
Yes, it is.
Definitely. I was just going to say we're just over 5 minutes left at this level. When we come back, the blinds and the antes are going up. So we may see some more action then. If we go up to 60,
y'all might see some more
with
action. I might be going
20,000
home.
ante.
What are your plans, Chris? Are you back to the States now? Or?
Back to the States, yep. I might try to squeeze one more scoop in today before I get out tomorrow. There's a half and half tournament and then a 5-card PLO high-low.
He thought he was going back to the States last week. Jake just offered to book his flight back
to the States. Actually, I was staying in Monaco to play the scoop. Was my plan. How I did live here would have been easier for me to stay in Monaco. I played this event twice. I played the Knots Cup twice, and I'm commentating.
Finish on a high.
There you go.
Yeah, that's not what we call it back in the States. Uh-oh. How deep are they here?
Piotto is 60 bigs deep, and that's the effective stat. About the same they've got now after all of the action.
You can all count the stack for him. You don't have to
Well, I
tell
can
him.
count it myself, yeah?
Yeah.
I think I started 8 or 7 or 8.
Dealer can't count his stacks.
7 or 8 million.
7 or 8 million? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or maybe not actually.
Well, Milioto's going to find that
6.5.
Willie's got about 6.5 million according to our chip count, a little bit more than him. What do you do with tens here, Chris? I think a lot of players find this hand a really tough hand to play when you get a little bit deeper.
Oh, it's definitely. I mean, this is really. It's a 6 spot. You're out of position with 10s. You're relatively deep. Me in this spot against this opponent, I'm going to 4-bet with the intention of getting it in, just because Elliot's been so active. Against someone maybe like Pearson, this deep, I'm probably going to see a flop and see how the flop goes. So it's a little bit player dependent, but in this spot against this opponent, I would be more willing to 4-bet, get it in.
It looks like Milioto can hear you, unless he's just counting his own stack. Maybe, I thought he was cutting out chips to raise, but maybe he's just checking what he has.
But against a lot of tighter players that aren't 3-betting a lot and aren't getting out of line so much, I would be more inclined just to call, because I mean, at the end of the day, you're calling off with the best hand and just see if what. Yeah, just went all in. I don't know if I like the all in so much.
Because I was afraid if he did 4-bet there, Willie might do something stupid and then just quickly like 5-bet jam, not thinking about it.
Yeah, and that's sort of.
Well, that's what you're wanting
why
for.
you 4-bet.
Yeah, that's why you 4-bet smaller. I mean,
4-bet to induce.
Yeah, I don't. I mean,
against Willie, the way he's played today, I think that's the play, right?
Because
yeah,
at the moment, by just 4-bet jamming here, then what you're doing is you're taking all bluffs out of Willie's range. If
right,
you
he gets
4-bet small,
he gets to play almost perfectly against this, doesn't he?
Yeah, exactly. Because now he's only going to be called when at best he's flipping. It's unlikely that 9s and below are going to call in this spot, but if he did 4-bet, then he allows his opponent to think that he might be 4-bet bluffing, so therefore he might 5-bet jam light.
Damn, I didn't know a reporter knew all this. That's impressive, Mark.
Thanks, Chris.
Wow. And he summed it up correctly on all fronts. You definitely want to give Elliot a chance to hang himself here. And
see, this is where I think it's fine for Willie to just go ahead and fold. I don't think he has to go through the whole face saving, you know, let's count the chips, let's tank for ages. It's fine to just fold. I mean, yeah, everyone knows that he's making moves. It's not like they've not been sitting with him for 2 hours.
And even, I mean, even at moves, I mean, you can have a pretty wide range here and still fold.
Right, yeah.
You know, a very wide, you know, 3-bet range that's still folding, especially if you're a Willie. I mean, there's like 0% chance he's really contemplating this, I would think. Someone asked earlier about the ace-10 hand. I think this was more of an intrusion of justice, or, you know, injustice here. Just fold your hand and move.
I think we're going to get one more hand in before the break. Players will have a 20-minute break. We'll have a 20-minute break with them. Lots more great guests and competitions for you. And, of course, more great poker. It's been a phenomenal first level. I think anyone could have predicted quite what
It's been so entertaining.
Oh, this is the best time I've had all trip.
Yeah? Oh, great.
Look at the chip moves since the beginning of play. Different to the start of levels, different to the start of just this level. Amazing. So Willie Elliott came into this level with almost 11 million in chips.
This is why I like slow rolling you.
You
You don't know when I'm bluffing or not.
I can't wait for revenge.
You got to win a pot first.
Touche.
I'm never playing with you again.
Just quit him for life.
That's what my father-in-law did.
Yeah?
Played one tournament with him before I married his daughter. I didn't let him win, but he beat me. I got second in the tournament. He got first. He refuses to ever play another hand of poker with me.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
I beat the world champ. Good night.
Yeah,
Billy, we're going to go play poker tonight. Nope. Have fun.
Trevor Pearson wins the last hand level. Chris, thank you so much for stopping by and country.
Yeah,
but also,
it was
just,
fun.
just to tell you, it's a great thrill for everyone to see you here in Nottingham. Everyone loved playing
I've had a
with you.
great time in Nottingham. You know, the venue is amazing. The people here have been phenomenally great. I've had a good trip. I'm glad I came. I wish my results on the felt would have been better, but you know, the internet was kind, so I can't complain too much.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Yeah. we'll see you at the next. I'm sure you'll be on another stream soon. Those are the chip counts as we go to our break. We're going to be away from the table for about 15-20 minutes. You'll see all of the action here in Nottingham right through to the winner. What a great start it's been. You don't want to miss a minute.
PokerStars has more players than any other site, creating the biggest tournaments with the greatest prize pools. We are the richest online tournaments in the world. We are poker.
All in and call. Here's the river.
She is the first player to win 2 main event titles.
I'm in some kind of combination of shock and disbelief and kind of amazed.
And just look at the emotion on her face. She doesn't even believe it's over.
It has been amazing to have my husband here.
Poker is not the game for me. I have great respect for the people who play it well. And, you know, my wife plays it better than anyone.
Winning EPT London in 2006 was magical for me because it was my hometown and because I suppose then I didn't believe that I could win a major professional tournament like that. And that changed my world because I thought, I can really do this seriously. I mean, certainly, you know, I've had good results since then. I've won some side events. Having said that, it was 7 years ago. Certainly long enough for people to start saying, is she really any good? So there's a secret satisfaction there too.
Vicky Curran's shell-shocked. Yes, she has won a huge amount of money, but she has also made history.
I hope people can see, you know, I'm enjoying myself. I'm playing poker for fun. You know, it's really not an impossible dream. And I hope they look at me and go, you know, in a way she is just a ditzy girl having a nice time. I could do that too. And the truth is they really could.
Welcome to Heads Up with Stapes, the show where I chase down Team PokerStars pros to find out more about their lives away from the table. Then we play a little heads up of our own.
Hey guys, welcome to Heads Up with Stapes, and today we are at the penthouse apartment of PokerStars team pro Olivia Barry. Now, this might be my last chance to sort of get in good with Liv, and I know that she loves rock music, so that's what today's show is all about.
Hello.
Hello, Olivia.
Hi, Joe. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well. How are you?
Good. What the hell?
You like that?
Is it dead?
I mean, I'm very much alive every time I see you. Yeah, anyway, we're here with Heads Up with Stapes. You want to talk a little rock music today?
Absolutely. This is the living room. I apologize for the lack of flooring. I'm getting it changed because the person that lived here before liked things to look like old lady things, and I don't, so...
So you're just in the middle of some stuff. You're not in the middle of, like, the worst run you've ever had. You got the big TV here.
Yep.
What kinds of shows do you like?
Arrested Development, I think, is the funniest show on TV. I actually think we should go outside because this smell is killing me.
So, Liv, this is kind of an awesome view that you have here.
Thank you very much.
I want to rattle off a bunch of music questions for you, just all yes or no answers.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Can you play an instrument?
Yes.
Have you ever dated a musician?
Yes.
Have you ever been in a band?
Yes.
Are you more attracted to someone if they are a musician?
Yes.
Have you ever played in front of a large crowd?
Kind of.
Okay. Have you ever been pulled up on stage by the band Steel Panther?
Yes.
Have you ever partied with Metallica?
Yes.
Have you ever won an air guitar contest?
Yes.
Tell me the story about Metallica.
I met them through another rocker friend, Scott Ian from Anthrax, who plays a bit of poker. And he was like, oh, Metallica in town, we're going out for dinner, want to come? I'm like,
Yes.
yes.
Okay, sure.
And then just became good friends.
How late did that party go?
9 in the morning.
Did the hotel room get destroyed?
it was the most rock and roll night of my life.
So what do you say we go play Guitar Hero?
Whoever lays down the best score in Electric Shock Guitar Hero wins. The loser's got to perform at open mic night.
All right, well, here we are ready to play some Guitar Hero, but Liv, there's one thing I didn't really tell you about.
Okay.
Guitar Hero by itself, too easy. We've thrown a little monkey wrench, a little fly in the ointment, a little caveat, if you will. We're going to be playing Guitar Hero while we receive electric shocks. Let's wire each other up, huh? You know, when I play Guitar Hero, my friends call me Cool Dad because I look like the guy, the old man in the basement, trying too hard, like kicks and stuff like this.
Oh, man.
This song is tough. A lot happening here. Woo! Oh! Hiya! Ha! Ha!
Oh.
Only strum. Ah! I actually can't. It might be a summer camp. Oh my god! I think I could.
I've got cramps.
Ah! Electrocution face, electrocution face, electrocution face. Fucking face. That's what I get for show money. That's awesome.
Boom.
Yeah, big. Okay, I'll high
Yes.
five you for beating. Well, I guess I gotta go do some stand-up comedy now.
Gentlemen of the King Williams. So I am very, very proud to introduce, all the way from Los Angeles, California, Joe Stapleton.
Yeah, Joe Stapleton, yeah! Thank you, Olivia. Fantastic. I just recently moved to London for my job. I have not seen my new apartment yet. My company says it's very nice. They're putting up in a place called Council Estates. Do we have people who live in the UK here at all? Anyone?
Yes!
Thank you. Okay. Out in traffic, you have these signs that say camera enforcement. And next to the camera enforcement sign, there's a picture of a camera. But it's not like the universal picture of a camera. It's not like this square with a little flash on it. It is an old-timey, accordion-style camera. If there's a guy on the corner in a top hat with a blanket over his head, twisting his mustache, holding a phosphorescent flash, waiting for speeders, maybe that's not the best way to catch people. So, unbelievable. That didn't work out as a joke or as a thing. You guys are a great crowd, by the way. You guys are amazing. Very warm and welcoming, loving environment here. I got laid last night. Thank you, yes. I had unprotected sex with an old lady. She gave me hearing aids. Alright guys, that's my time. That is it for Heads Up with Stapes. Thank you very much. Be sure to subscribe to Heads Up with Stapes on YouTube. And of course, you can always tweet at us, hashtag it, Stapes, HU. Olivia, Wow, all right, that was for you. Smell you later, everybody.
Join us next time on Heads Up with Stapes.
People need excitement, and when you need it fast, I'm the guy you call. 5 hands in 30 seconds on an elevator. 40 hands against 200 opponents in the back of a cab. The thrill of hundreds of hands and thousands of opponents wherever you are. Play only the hands you want, whenever you want, with Rush Poker Mobile. Because Rush is the only speed I know. FullTiltPoker.net. Download the Full Tilt Poker app for free.
We take a look at some nicknames given to different pocket pairs. As you can imagine, the best pocket pair in poker has lots of nicknames. Bullets, American Airlines, and Pocket Rockets, to name just a few. Next up, we meet the Cowboys. Yeehaw! The name given to 2 kings. Howdy. But we mustn't forget their prettier other halves, the ladies. 2 queens. The Hooks. Jack's got a name based on the shape of the letter J. Makes sense. And last but not least for today, a friendly pair of ducks. The name given to a pair of 2s. Quack, quack indeed.
So this is the first heat of 8. I think it's fair to say, Joe, that our qualifier, Gareth Coles, is starting to settle in now.
It's got to be nerve-wracking sitting next to all these big stars. And George Costanza.
Gareth, is that... You're wearing a PokerStars watch, right?
Yeah.
Is that because you want a scoop or because you have 5 million VPPs?
Scoop.
Okay, good.
Get that read. Get that read.
He only has 4.8 million.
Why, what's better?
Well, if it's for 5 million VPP, it means he plays like millions and millions and millions of hands online. So.
Oh, okay.
And the other one is if you won a tournament.
Anybody can win a tournament.
Maybe he left the watch for 5 million VPPs at home, and this one's just for scoop.
No, you should JG that shit. Just put both on.
Raise from Jen. Speculative call from Phil.
He's a speculative guy.
That was a very reluctant call there, Phil. Quiet little call.
We don't know if he's thinking about raising or if he's thinking about...
Everybody's got a decent hand or was getting good odds.
4 ways?
4 players.
Gareth flops best. He now has a pair of queens.
Check.
Everyone checks to Phil.
And if I know Phil, and I'd like to think I do, he is going to bet this in position, even though he's got absolutely nothing.
30,000.
Garrett's got a good hand, but it's a scary board.
I think I know what you have, Phil.
Guaranteed you don't.
Jason and Jen.
I'm pretty sure.
And we go heads up to the turn.
Pair of queens, still good.
Phil had to have known he was going to have to bet this more than once he got called on the flop.
60,000.
I mean, there's always a chance 8 high is good.
Undeterred.
Heads up to the river. Gentlemen, please remember to signal for any aggressive action on the river.
Is Phil going to attempt to bluff a 3rd time? The King of Clubs is a bit of a scare card for Gareth. Oh, he's going for the bluff button. Phil is about to bluff the river. If Gareth folds the best hand, he'll go in the shark cage. Phil needs to act soon.
Love that shot clock.
If Gareth calls the bluff, Phil goes in the cage. He's betting big.
I'm not all in, by the way.
3 chips behind.
But the time chips are.
Time chips are in.
It's still enough to put Gareth all in, which means this is for his tournament life.
We have paused his shot clock while we count the wager.
The 30-second countdown will start shortly.
I must be ahead, but...
67.
But...
40, 60,
Don't worry.
67.
He
Yeah, 967,000. Garrett says he folds.
See ya!
The bluff gets through.
And he didn't push
I'm kidding.
the button.
Look at it.
He did push the button.
Oh, in
the cage.
I knew you were bluffing.
Oh my
I did.
God.
I said, but I can't call it. Damn it.
Gareth, I love you, kid, but that was too much fun. I couldn't help myself.
Gareth has to miss an orbit.
Oh
And you get a
my
shark
God.
chip out of it, Phil. Damn.
Phil's going to get our first bluff chip.
That was so much fun. Oh, my God. I was hoping it would work out, too. Like, I have to just jam the hell out of it.
It's your big blind. It's your big blind. You want to take it or not?
Oh, that's cool.
Call the needle!
The club was the only card. I'm calling you, otherwise.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Cool story, bro.
This is the first time I played with Christoph. It's always a bit more challenging when you're playing with somebody that you've never played with before, but you could tell that he's a good aggressive player. Ace deuce, it's not a great hand, but I'm in position, and it's always nice to have a small ace suited. You know, sometimes you can win big pots with those hands.
38. Eric Seidel opened in the cutoff, and I 3-bet in the small blind with ace-king.
I'm happy to see an ace. Now he has to have an ace or a jack to beat me.
I think on the flop, ace-king will be the better hand the vast majority of the time. So I'm betting to get called from possibly pairs, some gut shots, and other top pairs with a weaker kicker.
He bet 18,000, and I called, which is pretty standard.
Once the turn comes, I think my hand deteriorates, because if I'm 3-betting from the small blind, I'll have a lot of Broadway cards. So if I keep betting, I might overrepresent my hand a little bit. And therefore I decide to check so that I can value bet the river.
He checks, and I check.
Once the river comes a queen, my hand slightly deteriorates again, because if he was floating the flop with a gut shot, then on the river he would make trips. However, I think that he would not bluff the river very often, so the best thing for me to get value out of the hand is to value bet and face a tough decision if he raises me.
And on the river he bets 45, which is a pretty big bet. My thinking was, if he has a smaller ace than ace-jack, he could easily be trying to take me off my hand because it looks like I have what I have. I just don't think he's bluffing in that spot enough, given the fact that he has to be concerned that I have a jack or an ace.
Ace-king. He mucked his hand, and that was the optimal result for me. I assumed that Eric had an ace with a weaker hand, but if Eric would have raised the river, I would have folded.
Honestly, I'm not happy about the hand because I should have folded it. It's one of those hands where afterwards you think, wish I had taken that decision back. It was my least favorite play of the day.
Dobrý večer, máte krásný tričko, jak se bavíte na party?
Děkuju, bavím se, je to výborný, prostředí je skvělý, atmosféra, všechno se mi to moc líbí.
A proč jste se vybral hernu PokerStars?
Taky nějakým způsobem jsem si ji vybral a už nemůžu jinam, protože se mi u ní líbí a protože tohle všechno je přidaná hodnota, kterou jiný herny nedělají.
It's great. I just came here today. I just had to walk around. It was awesome. I just got to the venue. It's an awesome venue.
Welcome back to UKIPT Live. If you haven't been watching us for the first couple of hours, you've missed literally everything. Some of the most mental poker I've ever seen on a live stream. It's been incredibly entertaining to watch. We are hosting you for coverage of the richest UKIPT we've ever held. I'm Nick Welthall, host of UKIPT, and I'm with Mark Convey. Mark, it's been a tremendous amount of fun, hasn't it?
Good afternoon, Nicolas. Yeah, it's been crazy. We've already lost half our field. Remy Shaw went in 8th, then we lost Anthony Flynn, Juan Benito, and then Ryan Spittles went not far from the end of the last level. So 4 players still remaining. Here they are on your screens.
Duncan McClellan is a former UKIPT winner. In this season, he won UKIPT Isle of Man, looking to add a second title to that. Willie Elliott, bottom right of your screen, was the man producing all of the action entertainment. At one point got a stack up to over 11 million.
Trevor, 3,905,000.
That was a dominating chip stack.
7 million.
Yeah, then it was a little bit of a misstep where he doubled up Trevor Pearson, made a big move on a flop, but Trevor Pearson had a flop top pair. And since then, all the stacks have evened up slightly.
Yeah, what do you think we'll see in this level? As you said, they've evened up. We're playing 61-20, so they're pretty deep. So
they are. I think
it should slow down.
It should slow down, and we should see some more flops.
They look like such normal people.
Couple of nutters.
But underneath, there's the beating heart of a raving lunatic. The thing is, it's such an interesting dynamic because neither of them is going to give the other credit. That's just where they are.
Yeah, there's a meta game going on between these two. They're thinking on a different level between each other than they are maybe with other opponents.
Well, this is incredibly dangerous for Willie Elliott, I think, because McClellan, you know, obviously he's unlikely to have an ace in this spot.
Yeah, you're right. Willie was a non-believer on the flop, and now he's going to probably be a non-believer on the turn. I think it's the second ace. Oh, check behind. For deception.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
I mean, not oh dear if you're a McClellan fan. Oh dear. Now, McClellan with the quads.
I don't think he's allowed to check here, is that right? It's against the law.
I don't think he wants to check, right? He could actually, knowing the player and knowing these two, he could actually bet big here and
try to make it look like a bluff.
Yeah.
It's whether or not Willie thinks that Willie thinks that McClellan would have bet an ace on an 8, sorry, on the turn. So he's checked behind, and now he could easily. There's a lot of bluffs in his range.
He's done exactly that. I like the bet. 1.8 million in there. He's bet over the pot.
Oh no!
No, he didn't move all in.
He did move.
He moved all in. Willie Elliott moves all in. He's going to be out the tournament. What just happened?
Oh my word! That is not a Willie bomb. That's Willie bombed. That's it. He's gone.
Well, you can hear the silence in the room in utter disbelief. Willie Elliott moves all in. Duncan McClellan doesn't hang around. Calls with quads. And no more Big Willie poker. Big Willie's dead.
Did that just happen?
He's only got 3 points.
Why on earth did he shove, Mark? Why did he shove?
Why did he shove? He's probably thinking the same thing right now at the bar.
Hashtag why did he shove?
Oh, let us know what you thought about that shove, please. Hashtag UKIPT Live. Try and explain what was going through Willie's head right there.
I mean, we talked about it, didn't we? We spent the entire last half hour with Chris Moneymaker talking about, can he slow down? After you've had so much success, winning so many pots, being super aggressive, can you have another gear? Because, you know, poker's an emotional game, and when you're winning every pot, you're at the height of your, like, emotional state, really.
Definitely.
And I just think it's that rush of blood to the head. He hasn't been able to stop and think about what he's doing.
No, we saw this yesterday as well. Like, you know, we talked about this again on the earlier. He just seems to, like, get wound up and just gets faster and faster and faster and faster until something breaks. Yesterday, he was kind of lucky that he got a 1-all-bet penalty, because that gave him a chance to go away and slow down. I thought the break today might have, you know, given him a chance to chat with some friends on the rail, you know, assess what he's doing, you know, make sure that he plays at a correct pace, moves up and down through the gears at the right time. But no.
He's actually just come back with the same plan that he started the day with, which is I'm just going to, take these guys on, especially McClellan. I think McClellan maybe got under his skin a little bit, or not got under his skin, but just maybe kind of, produced that reaction in him.
Yeah.
But when he goes back, he'll know. I mean, Willie will know when he goes back and thinks, the shove is pointless because, he gets called when he's beaten and he folds out everything he beats.
I think this is an ideal time to bring in our next guest and find out what he thinks about
what just
happened.
Someone that can make sense of what's happening here.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously that's a tragedy for Willie. Willie's a close friend of mine, so I'm going to try and be objective about that. I think the only thing you can say there is that Willie doesn't believe that Duncan has the ace. It seems extremely unlikely that Duncan has the ace. The way Duncan plays, he is a very aggressive player, so he could be betting there on a total bluff as well. I think Willie also thinks maybe he has something like 5s or 6s that he can maybe get to fold to the shove. Whether or not Duncan would actually fold that hand or not, I'm not so sure. But I think he's trying to get him off a better one pair hand there.
I guess also there's the other thing is against Duncan, he perhaps doesn't want to be rebluffed. Like he doesn't. Is that perhaps a little bit of a worry?
If he makes a normal raise and then Duncan shoves, then he has this decision. I think Duncan's the type of action player that he does put people in those spots. I mean, I'm staying on this trip with Dara Davey, and Dara played a massive hand against Duncan halfway through day 2, where Dara essentially called on the turn with ace high, but the nut flush draw, thinking that most of Duncan's range was worse draws, and it turned out that Duncan actually had a medium strength hand, which was not the type of hand that a normal player would shove in those spots.
Yeah.
So he does put you in those difficult spots where you don't know whether he's bluffing, you don't know whether he's overplaying a marginal hand, or you don't know whether he actually has it.
So in a lot of plays he makes, you think he should be more polarised than he actually is.
Yeah.
And therefore he gets thinner value maybe. Than another
precisely.
Player.
I think he can actually have a medium strength hand there, where more so than other players. So I think Willie probably put him on a medium strength hand there, which he thought he might get to fold to the shove.
Yikes. Well, that's what just happened. Willie Elliott, who has entertained us all perhaps as much as any player on a live stream has ever entertained anyone in not just UK poker, but poker at large. Amazing stuff. We're so sad to lose him. He finishes in fourth, £67,000 will make him feel a little bit better about it in the morning, I think. That's a sizable payday.
Yeah, it's absolutely huge, particularly for somebody like Willie who isn't a full-time player. So that's
amazing.
That's a serious amount of money for anybody, I think. And to put it in context, I mean, a friend of ours, Kevin Killeen, won the last stop at the UKIPT Dublin, and he got approximately the same for winning that. So.
Yeah, this is huge. The richest UKIPT we've ever had, richer than a lot of bigger buy-in events with over £200,000 up top. 67 for fourth is massive.
He's gone, but he will never be forgotten.
That is the big Willie bomb.
That is the big Willie bomb.
You live by the bomb, you die by the bomb. You live by the big Willie, you die by the big Willie.
Obviously, we've got a lot of reaction on Twitter. I'll read out some of these tweets from our viewers. Steve Nichols says, "Oh my God, I cannot believe what I just saw." Steve says, "Oh my God, you just have to flat there." Scott says, "Wow, big Willie blow up." Ben says, "And that's what happens when you get stuck in gear and go repping quads." John says, "Willie wah wah wah." Ezra goes, "Ah!" And it's called "You Only Live Once," says Patrick. "Wowzer," says Rob. "Lunatic Play," says Daz. And lots of other ones as well.
Yeah, Jack Smith says, you asked why did he shove, but he's been doing it all day. That's true, and I guess, he's been playing that kind of game, and it worked for him so well. If you've been watching this whole broadcast, you really have seen the rise and fall.
Yeah.
Up to about 11.5 million at one point he was.
Wow. Yeah, I didn't realise he'd actually hit that high.
Yeah, like 11. He had 11.5 million seven-handed.
Yeah. I guess you live by the sword, you die by the sword. I like the comment about that he was repping the other guy's hand. I think that's pretty much it in a nutshell. He just doesn't believe that Duncan has the ace, and he doesn't believe that Duncan can call the shove unless he has the ace. So.
Hashtag death by quads moment there. Dave Doherty makes a good point. That's why it's dangerous to be emotional at the table.
Yeah.
And making rash emotional plays. Good game, Willie. Just played a bit fast.
Yeah, obviously we were hanging around a bit with Willie from yesterday, and all of his friends were trying to tell him basically just to calm down. By nature, he's a very emotional, very likable guy. He lives and dies in his emotions.
Suited ace on the button for Milioto. Makes a raise. Duncan just decides to flat call three-handed with ace-jack out of position in the big blind. Flops pretty well.
He flops. He's certainly running well at the moment. Yeah.
His hand must be seriously under rep now.
Yeah.
10 of clubs on a turn might struggle to get value out of the hand.
When was the? I'm very bad on dates. When was the UKIPT Isle of Man?
Was it October?
October,
November.
Around then, yeah.
End of October, beginning of November. So literally in the last 7 months, Duncan's won one UKIPT, won another live £300 buy-in here at Nottingham.
That's right, yeah, I remember that, because Dara was on the final table.
He's now in great position to win another UKIPT.
Yeah.
He's going to think poker's so easy.
It's astonishing, yeah. I mean, he's very, I have to say, I played a bit against him in Dublin as well.
I did as well.
He arrived on my table with a large stack, and it was gone in about 30 minutes at the start of day 2.
Oh, really?
That's just the way Duncan plays. He's going to have huge swings. He's really difficult to play against. Any players who like to play small ball and keep pots small, he's not going to really allow you to get away with that.
You know what? If it means I potentially win 2 UKIPTs in every 6 months, maybe it's not a bad strategy.
You're up for it. You're in.
Yeah. I'm in. Yeah.
Hashtag UKIPT Live for your thoughts on what we're seeing. It is the most extraordinary final table I've commentated on.
And we can see this here.
Amazing.
Actually. Duncan's in the small blind, and he's got ace king obviously, which is a premium, but he's gone for a really big raise here. He's raised almost 4 big blinds, and he actually gets ace 9 to fold.
He's a bit unlucky there, I think.
He's unlucky
not to get action there.
He's unlucky that Angelo believes him there, yeah.
You've got a surprise look, Mark, like it's actually a weird fold, right?
Yeah,
That's three-handed and he's in position with a big ace.
I think I would go mental, but I don't know what the stacks of the other two are. The other two may be in ICM misery now. Yeah, sorry. Trevor's got 3.7 million, so Angelo has to look at that and hope to at least outlast Trevor now. Lock up second.
Just talk a little bit about, we had some fun with ICM earlier, but there'll be people watching the stream who aren't perhaps as familiar with it, and so just explain how it's affecting the decisions between these three.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, any of these three's chances, assuming they were equally skilled, of winning the tournament now is in proportion to the amount of chips they have. So Duncan, with well over half the chips, should win this tournament more than 50% of the time. Trevor has about 1/6 of the chips, so he really only has like a 15% chance of winning the tournament from here. But he's got a much better chance of coming second because he's close to Angelo in chips. Similarly, Angelo's chance of actually winning the tournament are only about 25% from here, but he's a favourite to come at least second because he's got more chips than second. So he can't really go out on too much of a limb now, so long as Trevor's a lot shorter.
So basically it's a mistake for people to jeopardise their position in the tournament
yeah.
when you're in the big money jumps if there are shorter stacks than you.
Correct, yeah, that's more or less the thing. And this is a brilliant spot for Duncan now because Duncan can actually put pressure on Angelo now. And Trevor will obviously be praying that Duncan and Angelo clash here, and he suddenly finds himself heads up.
Yeah, we're talking about a £37,000 pound jump from third to second for a 1k buy-in. That's huge.
Massive, yeah, massive. And then what is it, 80k from second to first?
Between 70 and 80, yeah.
70 odd k from second. I must just tell you this moment from the Isle of Man at the UKIPT when they were talking about doing a deal, and Duncan McClellan was obviously up there, and Isaac Haxton was there and had been doing some contracts, and he went out to try and help broker the deal and just help the players out. And Isaac Haxton was talking to Duncan about ICM, and McClellan turned around and said, "Listen, son, I'm a bricklayer. Speak to me in English."
Brilliant.
Yeah.
I love it. It's so nice that when people are sort of just aware of where they are, do you know what I mean, and their abilities and stuff. We talked about this yesterday on air. Sometimes everyone's obsessed with plugging leaks in the game, but sometimes just know what your strengths are and work on those and play to those strengths, and that's exactly what Duncan does.
Duncan's a perfect example of a player who plays to his strength, and as a result always causes problems for players. And it looks like we could have a big spot here.
2 big hands, 3-handed.
Angelo has opened ace 9. Pearson has shoved. Now this is a little unorthodox. His hand is so strong here, most players would probably say he should 3-bet to try and get Angelo to shove and then call the shove. Angelo, however, still thinking about calling with ace 9, I think.
Do you think he can risk his position of second in chips here.
I think if he thinks it's usually a flip, he won't. But if he thinks there's some chance that that Pearson's doing this with a hand that he dominates, like worse ace or a king x type hand, then he would call off. Because ace 9 is a pretty strong hand, three-handed.
It is. So if the payouts are a lot flatter at the top,
yeah.
you think this is a much easier decision.
Yeah, and in a way, the fact that Pearson has shoved here actually almost makes his hand look weaker, because he can think this is a small pocket pair, or he can think this is a worse ace some of the time.
You're listening to Dara O'Kearney, great tournament and sit-and-go player, who guiding you through these decisions. If you'd like to ask any questions, pick his brain, any comment on this mental final table, hashtag UKIPT Live is how you get in touch. There are lots of other ways to do it. You can Facebook us, nuts at PokerStars.tv if you want to hit the email, but hashtag UKIPT Live gets to us fastest. So go with that if you can. This is delayed footage. We're watching it as live, but it's delayed to protect the security of the game. And also we watch it as live so we can interact with you live, and there have been some amazing reactions as you'd expect. Crazy stuff. Duncan McCullen, the beneficiary of it all.
Corega has just written in, just got back to this final table, definitely didn't expect to see these final three. What happened to Willie Donker? Well, I don't want to tell you, it's been such an entertaining show. I recommend that you rewind. If you've got the desktop open and you've got UKIPT Live on your desktop, then there's a rewind function. So I reckon go back and watch it, because you need to see it for yourself. It's been a phenomenal final table, thoroughly entertaining.
And in that hand we saw Pearson pick up a very strong hand on the button, ace 10 off. He raised to more than 4 big blinds, which suggested he doesn't want action at this stage. Again, that's a little unorthodox. With a hand as strong as ace 10, he should probably be trying to induce action.
Yeah.
Particularly as he's the shortest stack now.
Yeah, that's Trevor Pearson, 4 million in his stack, so around about 33 big blinds. Here's the short stack. Angelo Miliotto in shot there for you. 6.3 million for him. We're playing 60,000, 120,000 blind, so over the 50 big blind mark. And then Duncan McCullen's got the rest, which is 14 million in chips.
260.
And here Angelo has opened with 7-6 suited, and this time Trevor Pearson just flat calls with King Jack suited.
Not a great flop for Miliotto.
Unfortunately he's caught middle pair now, which is going to be good a lot here. So he c-bets here, obviously thinking that his hand is good, but he needs to protect it. But Trevor has the king. Trevor raises.
Do you like the raise there?
I think I would prefer to flat call to keep Angelo's bluffs in, and also maybe he might think his 6 is still good. Given the way that Trevor is playing, he doesn't seem to be playing mentally aggressive or anything, so I think it's in Angelo's spot. I would probably believe him here that my 7-6 would beat him.
Do you think that a lot of people, when there's 2 suited cards out there, just get a bit scared and want to shut down? And lose value on that?
I think they do, but I think if you look at it rationally, the chances of the guy actually being on the hearts when it's heads up, it's pretty slim. I think it's a 15 or 16 to 1 shot that he's on a flush draw at that point, so you shouldn't really worry too much about that part of the range. You should think, what if he has a 6 or a 3 or pocket 7s, pocket 8s? How do I get more money out of the hand?
Right. Because you see that a lot of amateurs, they're just like, you know what, I just wanted to shut the pot down there and take it down there and just to be safe, and you lose so much value.
Yeah, I think that is probably one thing that amateurs do probably worry a little bit too much. They better protect their hands in spots where you're better off flat calling to keep a wider range of hands in.
If you have children in the room, cover their ears. There are microphones around the final table. We may get some Fatima bombs.
Face of an angel, mouth of a doctor. Fatima Demela.
Copyright Nick Wellfall, 2014.
She gave us an amazing hour of comms over the stream. Hopefully you didn't miss it. As Mark says, you can rewind if you've got a desktop application. That's where we stand. Duncan McCullen is your big chip leader. And it's going to be tough for these two, isn't it? Because he's just, you know, he's not going to be afraid to put the hammer down, and
yeah,
he's not the kind of player you want to have a big chip lead if you're still in the tournament.
No, and he's not going to play small pots either. So with their stacks, they're kind of thinking that every time they get involved in a pot with Duncan, they're going to have to make a decision for all their stack potentially.
He's picking up some really good hands, three-handed. Miliota, ace-queen now.
Yeah, he certainly is, and given the way he plays, it's hard to believe he's getting this many hands, but you know, sometimes players do get rushes.
Check on the flop. Miliota flop second pair. Delayed c-bet now.
And Duncan gives that up very quickly, yeah.
Charles Chatter. Chaz writes and say this is the most exciting final table I've ever seen. Go M11020 Miliota. Bring the trophy back to Croydon. David K. Lappin, your buddy, writing a musical, Willie Elliott, about a good-natured charmer who falls just short of the UKIPT title, but is still a legend in my book.
It was all very Tin Cup, wasn't it?
It
was all very the Kevin Costner golf movie, where he's just like this maverick buccaneer that destroys everyone and then just blows out right at the end, but he's the thing you remember.
Yeah.
So that's so true.
Very Tin Cup. The Scoop is up and running and rolling. Do get involved. You can satellite into these events for next to nothing. And the next event is event 26, the Stud High-Low, which starts at 7 o'clock British Standard Time. Buy-ins to suit all budgets to the Scoop. McClellan raising from the small blind. You can do that quite a lot.
Again, quite a big raise, 3 big blinds, which is more than most players would in that spot. But we've seen him mixing up his raise sizes as well. When he had ace-king before, he went for 500,000.
It was interesting to watch him in the Isle of Man. It's been interesting to watch him again today. There are always trends in poker there, and it's obviously anyone that's watched it knows that in tournament poker the bet sizing's got smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to see someone come in and just start bombing away.
Yeah.
And have some success with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think playing against type and pushing players out of their comfort zone, there's a lot to be said for that. If everybody was playing that style, then I think you could exploit it through small ball. But possibly we've reached the stage now where, because everybody's is trying to play the same style of poker, small ball, another style can be very, very effective against that.
C6 calls.
From talking to Willie earlier, Willie told us that he did actually watch the entirety of the live stream from the Isle of Man when Duncan, of course, won back in October. So he would have been familiar with Duncan's play.
Do you think that's a really important thing to do before a final table, is do some research on your opponents?
Yeah, I think it's good to know what their general style is. I mean, one of the differences between live and online is that there's so little information you have live on players' backgrounds and how they play in general before you sit down with them.
We're going to do a competition for you guys, because we haven't had one for about 20 odd minutes, and we've got a lot of prizes to give away, and it doesn't look like we're going to be here very long. So we've really got to rattle through them. So put it this way, your chances of winning if you enter are strong to quite strong. Strong to quite strong. Just enter by hashtag UKIPT Live. Twitter is the best way to do that. The competition question is going to be, where in the UK or Ireland would you like to see a UKIPT stop? Where in the UK or Ireland would you like to see UKIPT stop, and why? So you've got 140 characters, you've got to be creative. Funny, original guess entrants are always going to have an edge.
Definitely. We like humour.
Hashtag UKIPT Live. Where would you like to see UK or Ireland stop, event, and why?
And if you're loving the way that Duncan McClellan is playing and you want to know a bit more about him, then he's kindly done a video blog for PokerStars. So it's up on PokerStars.tv and the PokerStars YouTube channel. Go check it out.
Yeah, as we said earlier in the broadcast, he's a really ordinary, down-to-earth guy. He actually is a bricklayer. It's not like he's pretending to be a bricklayer while he's killing high-stakes poker. He's back to work tomorrow, he says, no matter what the result here today.
Wow. Yeah, no, it's an amazing story if he ends up taking this down to win 2 UKIPTs in such a short period.
Amazing.
It's bad for anyone seeing his tables in tournaments in the future, because as he makes 2 pair with the 8 deuce, as you do, because he's only going to get more confident, isn't he? He's going to get, you know, more
so
crazy.
exactly. So he's going to have more confidence in his style and in his approach.
It's only going in one direction right now. Duncan McClellan, 14 million in chips, 118 big blinds. Big gaps to the other two.
Trevor is sneaking back a little bit to Angelo, which will not be what Angelo wants. I'm sure he was hoping for a quick bust from Trevor and he could get heads up and take his chances against Duncan.
Let's talk a little bit about the other two guys. Angelo Miliotto seems to be quite well known out there in the poker community, judging by the tweets and other response that we've seen. This is his first UKIPT main event.
Wow. Yeah, I think he's a regular of the Big Slick Poker Club down in Purley, just south of Croydon. So he's getting some support from regulars there.
Says that he will give 10% of his winnings to his 3 children. So they're in for a pretty nice payday.
10%?
Yeah.
I read 100%. I thought he was really generous. I think he might give away 200k to his children.
Wouldn't have thought so.
20k wouldn't be bad, though.
He still needs to make it, you know, chore-based. Can't just be giving children money.
That's true. Put it into the university fund.
Yeah.
School trip fund.
Well, you can give them money and then ask for their contribution to the mortgage. It's your 5,000, which brings your share of the mortgage down to just 8,500. So you're doing well.
Just charge them rent. Give them the money and charge them rent.
Exactly.
And here we see Angelo taking a pot off Trevor. Trevor made a large raise pre-flop, but he'd done that before, so I guess Angelo just didn't believe that he had a hand. As it happened, Trevor actually had 9s, but he was outflopped by Angelo's ace-3.
Debbie's glued to the UKIPT Live final table. Plenty of action. Scarface reckons that we should have a UKIPT stop in Duncan's front room. He's become a UKIPT king.
Thanks. Got worse weekends?
Yeah, I bet. Yeah.
We'll have to get him to build an extension to his front room, I think. But, you know, he can do that. He's a bricklayer.
Yeah, he can do that.
He's got the skills.
Not a problem.
I like Ross Jarvis's idea. Thailand. If the UKIPT can somehow justify stopping Marbella, why not take the land of green and curries and beautiful beaches? Let's go a holiday. UKIPT on holidays, Marbella. UKIPT goes backpacking.
UKIPT gap year.
I love it. Start off in Southeast Asia.
Do the full circuit.
Yeah.
Just take a year out of doing the normal season. Go Thailand, Vietnam, Manila, Australia, California.
PokerStars branded full moon party in Thailand. That could work.
It'd be excellent.
But just dye all the sand red and black.
I've actually seen the PokerStars full moon party. That was Greg Raymond. That's not something I want to see again.
Ooh.
No, not Greg Raymond. I said the wrong pro.
Oh.
Who's the pro that got naked a while back, or a long time ago, 2-3 years ago? The moment's gone. It wasn't me, I swear.
No, you said pro.
Oh, hello. It's at that stage, is it?
Where was it not ever at that stage?
Well, I have not had a single dig.
Not today, you haven't.
No. So we're going to Thailand, and the competition's closed. We're going to Thailand.
Woohoo!
Not really. Hashtag UKIPT Live if you'd like to nominate somewhere for a UK and Ireland Poker Tour stop with your nomination and why. We're giving away a ton of prizes. That's a world champion of poker. And that's Fatima.
Fatty Maker.
With an unidentified other spectator.
That is Scott, I think his name is. And he comes from Seattle. and he...
You literally know everyone on tour, don't you?
Yeah, and instead of taking sort of golf trips and stuff like his buddies do, he takes poker trips. So he came and played the Irish Open. I think he came 17th in that. And now he's come here. And he absolutely loves the tour and how sociable everyone is. And he came on his own, and everyone's made him feel really welcome. Him and Lewis Swift built up a really nice friendship. Lewis, who made the final 3 tables. We saw him bust yesterday on the live stream. So yeah, I know a lot of people.
I know people.
I know people.
I know important people.
No, I know nice people.
Look at the gaps in our tournament's crazy. Yeah. It's just such a huge gap between first and second.
Yeah.
The thing is, somebody on the Twitter stream said, why aren't they discussing a deal? I can tell you, Duncan will be pretty resistant to a deal. He's pretty resistant to one in the Isle of Man, and especially when he feels like he's got an advantage here and he can put pressure on these two. I don't think he'll be... I could be wrong, but I don't think he'll be seeing a deal at the moment.
Yeah, it is generally harder to get a deal when the stacks are this much apart. The chip leader always kind of feels that he has like a free shot to win the tournament anyway. If he takes a big hit and the stacks come back more level, then you're much more likely to get a deal, I think. It's one of those weird things, because I kind of think a lot of pros will tell you that the best time to deal is when you actually have a big chip lead, because that's when you're risking the most equity if it all goes pear-shaped.
Right.
And you're basically dealing from, you're maximising your equity at a point where you might be at your high point for the tournament.
What would you be doing if you were in his position?
I think it depends on whether he thinks he has an actual advantage at the table over the other players, which he may feel he has. He may feel that because of the stack situations, they're less likely to gamble. So I can certainly see merits for not wanting to do it at this point.
Yeah. I just reread Ross Jarvis's tweet where he said if the UKIPT could somehow justify a stop in Marbella. That's completely inaccurate. At no point have we tried to justify stopping in Marbella. We just wanted to go there. And that's how we roll. There's no justification or anything.
Do you know how many Brits there are in Marbella?
Now you're justifying it. We just wanted to go.
Okay.
It's that simple.
Yeah.
We wanted to get our bucket and spade out. What's the problem?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's usually just like a casino thing that you just hear.
Well, it has actually quietened down, hasn't it, remarkably? We've actually had a bit of poker sanity for the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's remarkable. I think part of the dynamic here is that both Trevor and Angelo don't want to step out of line now. They're both, fair to say, probably looking more at second place than first place at the moment. And then Duncan seems to be playing fairly normally as well. He's not opening every hand. Yeah, we see a Duncan opening and he gets the fold, and he shows that he actually has a hand there. Angelo showed the 5-3 there, basically showed that I'm at absolute bottom of my range here. This isn't a hand I can defend, but I would defend if I had anything decent. That's more or less the message he's sending there.
Well, we know that is a fib, because
possibly
he is huge defending ace-9.
Yeah.
Hating these poker players with their lies.
It would
lies,
be interesting to know
lies.
Whether these players have any friends watching the live stream as well, texting them hands an hour later.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, we are watching the web stream as live. It is delayed from the real world by about 45 minutes just to protect the security of the game, because we are revealing the whole cards. Of course, there is a possibility that the players find out what's been going on, as Dara says, an hour after the event. And that brings its own challenge, doesn't it? You have to adjust to what other players might be.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember when my friend Jason Tompkins final tabled UKIPT San Remo a couple of years ago. I was put in charge of watching the live stream and texting him every significant hand, so he had all that information in running.
Plenty of entries coming in for where would you hold a UK and Ireland poker stop.
Have
we've
you
got
seen
plenty
any
of prizes.
that you like?
Yeah, loads. I just don't know how many prizes we give. Plenty, I guess. Adam Link says, I'd love to see the UKIPT on the Isle of Wight. Poker players might kick up enough fuss about the ferry fares to change them. So it's just like a local politics agenda for Adam. That's what this is about. Cameron Hughes says, hold UKIPT at White Hart Lane Football Stadium, where we've already seen plenty of flops.
There's another one on that. Simon Higgins says, UKIPT Old Trafford. We could play on Tuesday and Wednesday nights. I understand he won't be busy midweek.
Adam Waller-Davis. I'm very enjoying the low-level punning that's going on. Adam Waller-Davis says, Leeds, you can lead out in Leeds. Terrible, I know. Seriously, there are lots of players who would be great. I think we've had a Yorkshire UK stop. I'm interested. I'm up for it.
Craig wants to go back to UKIPT Brighton so he can outplay me in the side event again. It's not hard, buddy. It's
Just a series. This webcast is just a series of people giving you rub downs.
I know, it's fine. When you give it out as much as I do, you've got to take it. Another ace.
Yeah, Angelo opened the button there with Jack 8 and Duncan 3-bet ace. He showed the ace, he obviously didn't want to show the 4.
Yeah, Duncan up to more than 14 million chips now, out of the 24 million in play. Trevor Pearson slipping. As you can see, the hands won and lost. 70 hands we played at this final table.
Yeah, that's just phasing me, that graphic.
I'm just trying to figure
Too
out.
simple for that.
Yeah, I guess it's 3-handed since it went 3-handed.
Nice.
Ah, yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah.
Glad you're in the booth.
Yeah.
Charles,
I was scratching my head at it too, though. Yeah, basically Duncan's winning nearly all the pots that he enters. He's only lost one pot apparently that he's played. So
Can't give him aces.
Oh my goodness.
This is just morally
This
wrong.
is just
What?
insane.
Wow, it's morally wrong if anyone else had it.
He's actually unlucky that he's in this spot now where the other two guys don't want to play back at him and he gets aces.
Yeah, it's kind of hard for him to get any kind of action, isn't it?
Yeah. But given that that's the situation, he probably should be opening very, very wide now, because at least until the guys adjust and start playing back.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, isn't it? In this situation, he actually wants to continue to chip up. The more he can steal from them,
Yeah, he wants to get
more
head. He's almost certainly going to get heads up now, but he wants to get heads up with an absolutely commanding lead rather than just, you know, what he has now.
Yeah, the others have about 10 million, just a shade under 10 million between them. So actually, it'd be a relatively even heads up if it happened. That
Yeah,
the
if it
other
happened, one of them knocks the other guy out. Yeah, suddenly it's relatively even, and it's anybody's game then.
Raised to 300.
Angelo's open for 300 here with Jack 8 suited again, but he gets it through this time.
Jamie Perlin writes and say biggest UK IPT ever and the highest average age of podium finishers? Question mark. I would think so. Yeah. Encouraging as I approach 30. Sick brag, still in his 20s. Hashtag don't stop believing.
Absolutely. You can still do it, Jamie.
Don't believe what they say. You're not past
well,
it.
to be fair, you need about another 10, 12 years of experience to make it based on this final 3, but you'll get there.
Well, Jamie is retiring to the seaside. Him and his new wife moving to Brighton.
Scene of his triumph.
Yes.
Why wouldn't it be his favourite place, right?
Indeed. He did go. I think he went to university there as well, so many reasons.
And they're discussing a deal, so we'll let them do that.
Yeah.
Just bring it in. Yeah, flatten it out a bit. You want to have a look? Or?
Yeah, I'm up for it.
Let's play the level out, we'll have a chat, okay?
And they just said yes.
Yeah. 90 grand, isn't it?
Also be nice.
Second and third's quite close though, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, we're getting 90 grand anyway, you know. There's no pressure now, is there? You're going on with 90 grand no matter what. I can't believe you missed it, Hen. A moment of glory. I've been waiting for 4 hours. She missed the front of the car. Had 4 aces. He went all in.
That's exactly what happened.
He did have 4 aces and really did go all in, yeah.
Which never happens, does it? When does that ever happen?
Yeah.
Extraordinary.
Damn it! Gambling in Thailand's illegal. Can't we just, Mike, can't we just, or if you're out there, can you organise a boat or something for us? We'll just do it offshore.
Graphical Nick, our wizard GFX operator, has pointed out that North Vietnam's a great suggestion for a UKIPT because the payouts would look huge. Today's top prize converts into 7,765,258,450 dong. 7.7 billion. Nice. That is. Really is. Alex T's taking it up a level. He wants UKIPT in Scarborough, and he's actually tweeted us a picture of the proposed venue. That is the next level of planning.
That is. Got to give that man a prize, surely.
I'm impressed.
It looks a bit like the Isle of Man venue from what I remember.
Alex T can have a prize. Just message at UKIPT to claim your prize. Got a selection of prizes. If you are a prize winner, just message at UKIPT. and you can pick from between speakers, t-shirts, headphones, looms for weaving. We've got a couple of anvils with the branding on them, and a Ford Fiesta.
Yeah, but it's got
It's
one.
a knackered Ford
Well, it's got
Fiesta.
one odd door. Yeah.
It's a cut and shut Ford Fiesta.
2 hubcaps missing.
Zach Harrington says, I like Zach's thinking. This is clever. Go to Bermuda. It's still a GB territory.
I like that.
Hashtag definitely UKIPT.
Why don't we just go around the old empire?
Let's go the Empire Tour.
Falklands.
The Falklands, not so much. It's a little bit gusty down there, isn't it?
Yeah, and under the gun has a whole new meaning.
Look at this Duncan as kings now.
This is wrong.
But to be fair, though, no one else has had a hand when he's had the big hands. There's no point in having a big hand if you don't get action.
No.
He's going to get some action here of some kind.
From a beautiful hand when you have kings.
Well, the way Duncan's been running, the case king's coming on the floor.
Yeah.
Don't worry about that.
Duncan's bringing his bet sizing down as well. He's open for just over 2.5 big blinds here. So he's got action this time. Both obviously whiff the flop, but Angelo has absolutely nothing here now. But he might believe that Duncan doesn't have anything either. But no, he just gives it up very quickly.
If you're wondering who is in the booth with us, this is the knowledgeable voice of Dara Kearney. If you have any questions, do get them in for him. Hashtag UKIPT Live.
Mark Purvis and Zach Harrington both went with Bermuda. Robert Tate says, why not have it on a cruise ship as it sails around the UK and Ireland? Quite like that. Captive audience, no escape for Fatima or Livy. I don't like the no escape bit, a bit creepy. I mean...
Yeah. Yeah, can you pause the clock at the end of this level?
So they're going to play out the 18 minutes of this level and then potentially discuss the deal.
Yeah, it looks like it sounded like the deal they're discussing rather than an actual chop is just to flatten the payout structure. The jumps are quite big now.
Yeah, it's very understandable.
Especially second to first is huge. Yeah. It's 80k, I think.
Yeah, so it's
78k, right?
89.9 for third, 1278 for second, 218.3.
Yeah.
That's Fatima de Mello playing in a side event.
Wow.
There's a £100 turbo going on.
Still talking, there's no surprise there. A lot of love for Fatima, wherever she goes, so down to earth. Olympic gold medalist, and silver medalist, and bronze medalist. And an absolute superstar in our home country of the Netherlands.
She's doing analysis of the Hockey World Cup now.
Is she
in the Netherlands? Yeah, or she's going to be. Now, I didn't ask her if they're live or not. But they're
a lot more forgiving in the Netherlands. They don't.
They're not as uptight about the language.
They're not
about
at
the
all.
potty mouth.
There's only one word in the language that is really bad used, which I won't repeat on air. But sometimes they fall off trees in the autumn, and you tie strings to them and knock each other. It's a word like that.
And here we see Duncan with another premium in the small blind, Ace Queen, and he's open for almost 4 big blinds. His bet sizing is varied, to say the least, so that's probably causing Angelo problems. He's trying to interpret what the different bet sizes mean. Angelo's flopped pretty well here. He's flopped the nut flush draw. Duncan checked. And Duncan makes a very disciplined fold there. Yeah, I mean, Duncan's playing a lot different from the way he normally plays here. In that he declined to take a stab there.
Do you think now he's got himself into such a really good position that he knows he can mix his game up a bit and just be a bit more patient?
Yeah, I think also maybe at this stage now the money, he's actually starting to think about the money. I mean, the difference between coming third and coming first is absolutely massive. So I think possibly if they go to the break and they flatten out the deal structure, or the payout structure rather, we'll see Duncan come back to play his normal swashbuckling style. But for now he's playing quite a cautious, cagey game. Doesn't want to jeopardise his chip lead, it looks like.
Right. Understandable.
Angelo has probably been the most aggressive of the three players, three-handed so far. And we see him raising king 3 from the small blind. He hits his 3, but it's difficult to know how you feel about it when you have a hand like king 3. Decided to try to bet to see what happens, and Trevor, who's playing very, very straightforward post flop, just gives it up without any thought.
Trevor Pearson, your short stack in the first seat. He's on 3 million, about 25 big blinds. How should he be thinking about playing here? Obviously, he's the one, in a lot of ways, with the least to lose.
He has the least to lose, absolutely, yeah. And he has quite an awkward stack size now. If he had 20 big blinds, he'd be looking to reshove more over raises, but 25 is just a little bit too big. So he seems to be adopting a strategy of peeling more, and then when he does actually have a hand, he's raising quite big, which I'd probably prefer if he was raising smaller to try and get action with his big hands. The danger with it being three-handed is the blinds and antes do go around a lot faster than full ring. So your 25 bigs become 20 bigs and become 15 bigs a lot faster.
Duncan will get a walk. I still do feel I'm on a gentle come down. Do you know what I mean? After the lunacy of the first 2 hours,
Yeah.
and like this is normal.
This
now.
is normal.
This
yeah.
is what's supposed to happen, right?
Yeah, it seems almost back to front, because normally when you see final tables, it's quite sedate at the start when it's full ring, and then they all go mental when it gets short-handed. This seems to be back to front.
As I said, hope it's not another UKIPT Manchester that went from 8-handed down to heads up in 2.5 hours, and then it took 7.5 hours to find a winner.
Oh wow!
Yeah, that was not a fun day.
No.
Unlike this, which has been
This is
maximum fun.
So much fun.
Thank you so much for your contributions on Twitter and the other media that you can get to us by. Hashtag UKIPT Live if you'd like to get in touch. We were asking you for alternate venues for UK and Ireland poker tour stops. We've had many. Tom Bradfield says, on the Clifton Suspension Bridge in Bristol, whenever the cards are dealt, there'd be plenty of suspense. Now, I didn't realise we had such a punny crowd. Almost every nomination has come with pun complete. Brilliant. I'm loving it.
To be fair, we played very well.
Duncan folds spot there. It does kind of feel that the guys are basically kicking for touch now. They're waiting for the break to come, maybe to talk about the deal to flatten out the payout structure, and then they'll kick off once that's sorted out.
It's Fraser McIntyre, a big supporter of the UKIPT Tour. Biggest result, came second at EPT Madrid to Frederick Jensen back in season 8 on the EPT. Interesting, I know he was supporting Willie earlier.
Yeah, big fan of Willie's. Yeah.
Big fan of Willie's, but I think he's a bit fickle. Apparently he's rooting for Angelo now.
Okay.
Well done, Fraser. Don't forget about Willie.
Suspicious, like.
On to the next one, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
And Pearson opened the button there with 9-8 suited. Duncan immediately shoved all in over the top. King Jack suited. The shove would have been for Trevor's stack, so it's just over 20 big blinds. So Trevor is blinding down now, it has to be said. He's dropped. At one point it looked like he was coming back to Angelo, but now Angelo has almost 3 times as many chips as he has.
I suppose, like, not true. Stop brawling over the table.
A lot of people getting very punny and creative with the locations for a potential UKIPT stop now. Jan Davis reckons Table Mountain. Early stages start at the bottom. They work their way up to the final table at the top.
And it's Table Mountain, isn't it? Which
Yeah.
is a table which we use.
Exactly.
Clever.
James McGeorge on the space station if you're going to shoot for the moon.
We need a big space station.
Thaler says, seriously, UKIPT Live, with this final table action, I fall asleep. Have you not been watching today? you just can't please some people.
Literally the fastest 2 hours of a final table of all time. This is just the relaxing period. You've got to have light and dark. You've got to have shades of action. You can't just be wham bam. Thank you. We'd all be at home if it had kept going like that by now. We would be done.
Yeah, the FBS final table at the grand final a few weeks ago was over in about 2 hours. We streamed it. It was, I think, probably the shortest day streaming we ever done. This Ukrainian guy just steamrolled the table. He had like a whole city of chips. It was unbelievable. This isn't far off that pace.
We've seen Duncan raise the button here, and Pearson to be honest, could have just shoved here with his stack just over 20 big blinds. He elected to call, and then he check folds the flop. The problem with the way he's playing at the moment is, unless he finds a hand or hits a flop particularly big, he's just going to basically get blinded out of the tournament.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
I think the other problem he's got is that the other two are going to be a little bit tighter with their play against him, because he's played relatively tight since the word go. And
yeah, it's going to be harder for him to get paid even if he does hit a hand. Yeah, that's a very good point. I mean, we saw the hand where he flopped top pair against Angelo, and Angelo actually had middle pair, and Angelo gave up to the check raise.
There's your difference from the start of the level. Of course, McClellan playing that monster hand to knock out Willie Elliott up to nearly 15 million. Eight minutes left in this level. We'll go to 81.60 at the end of that, and that will further shorten Trevor Pearson's stack.
This is actually a great spot now where McClellan could put pressure on Minato, but then he does have queens.
I mean, in this level,
aces, kings.
After getting quads, aces, kings, ace king,
ace
queens.
queen,
yeah,
and ace queen as well.
And I think he's clearly trapping here with queens. Angelo has been folding to all of his aggression, so he doesn't want him to fold here. He checked the flop to try and get some action. Bets the turn, but Angelo again just gives it up instantly. Angelo is very aggressive pre-flop, but he's not willing to step out of line against Duncan post-flop.
And I don't think I mind that.
No, I think that's great strategy. Actually,
yeah,
I think essentially what he's doing is he's more or less guaranteeing himself second place at least here, because we're seeing Trevor gradually leak chips back. He's maintaining, actually adding slightly to his stack. Duncan has added a bit to his stack as well, and it just looks pretty inevitable at this stage that these two guys are going to get heads up.
So Pearson on the button, first to act.
And again, he folds, and Duncan folds as well.
Would you be raising most small blinds?
I think I would raise almost 100% of the time there, yeah, because I think Duncan can put so much pressure on Angelo now. Angelo really does need Trevor to bust next, and then he can take his chances.
Well, this is a pleasure. Nick's had to step out for a while for the very first time. We welcome into the UKIPT live commentary booth the one and only Jen Mason. Welcome.
Hey. Wow, it's so exciting to be. I was just watching, and now I'm in here. It's where the magic happens.
Fantastic.
I can see better actually than from on the rail.
Jen is the media coordinator on the tour, but a supremely talented poker player herself, a fantastic analyst. She refuses to say this about herself, so I continually.
This is why I wanted to come in here. Also, that looks like generated action by my presence.
Another big hand for Duncan McClellan. He's picked up an extraordinary amount of big hands three-handed. Ace King erases the button. Oh, here we go. Ace Jack for Pearson.
There's literally no other way that could have gone.
Yeah, all in and call.
Microseconds it took for that hand.
Yeah.
Wow, that's really unlucky for Pearson.
No, you really can't fault this player there. In fact, we said the previous time he had Ace-6, he should maybe have reshoved pre-flop. And now he just has to hope to hit a jack.
Yeah, right decision, wrong end of the domination.
Yeah, you made a really good point, Dara, that Trevor was, to even get back in this, he was going to have to wait for a big hand with this style of play.
Yeah.
It's so unfortunate that when
so
he did get the
unfortunate when
hand
he does,
down.
somebody actually has a dominating hand.
And an amazing spot as well, to be able to reshove.
Yeah, it's microsecond of happiness, thinking Ace-Jack, that's so huge at this point and in this spot.
Yeah, safe flop for McClellan. Pearson's going to need to find one of those three jacks in the deck to get out of trouble here. Couple of backdoor chop opportunities.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. 3 outs and 3 outs only on the river. Otherwise, we're going to be heads up.
In record time.
In record time. That's it. And we lose Trevor Pearson in 3rd place. It's been a phenomenal performance by him. He's been really solid for the last couple of days. Congratulations. He wins almost 90,000. And he's just 5 minutes short. They were going to discuss a deal at the end of the level, flatten out the payouts, and he's just 5 minutes. He's missed out on that opportunity maybe to secure himself a few more.
I think he'd gone so short it might have been a difficult discussion anyway. Because when they initially started talking about the deal, he was closer in chips to Angelo in 2nd, but he had dropped well back.
He returns to his day job as commodities trader with wife from home.
They apparently do shifts, don't they? Was it?
He says day and night. He's used to late nights and risk reward.
And we are heads up at UKIPT. You might have heard Toby Stone, our tournament director there, saying that they're going to give the players a short break. Here's how they stand heads up when they come back. Duncan McLennan with 145 big blinds, but Angelo Miliotto not out of it at all. He's got a lot of chips to play with, 58 big blinds. They're going to go and calm themselves down, maybe get some advice for people. We're going to take a short break, so please do join us back here in about 20 minutes' time.
At PokerStars, you'll find more tables, more players, more games than any other poker app. We are mobile. We are poker.
I genuinely have no idea what my job is. I think I would say I'm a writer, because that's the thing I do that's difficult. Because playing poker is fun and making TV can have long hours, but it's sort of easy. And writing is the bit that, you know, I wake up in the morning and think, oh God, it's a writing day. So that's the thing I'd call a job. My father was a writer and my mother was a doctor, so a fairly straightforward and middle-class childhood, except my dad was sometimes on TV, which I suppose is weird, although it didn't seem weird to me at the time. I just thought that's what people did. Professionally, I'm sure I was influenced by my father. I mean, I think a lot of people want to be writers or dream of being writers. I think the problem is they don't think it's possible. People wonder sometimes, they say, oh, is it easy for you if you have a famous parent or a parent who does the same job? The advantage is really that you think it's possible. As soon as I was writing, it was sort of professionally. I wrote a newspaper that I sold at school for 10p. It was a newspaper with sort of fake news about girls at school, and I think it cost me 6p to make each copy, and I sold it for 10, so I was making 4p a copy. Very entrepreneurial. When I was about 12, 13, I used to send off short stories to magazines under a fake name and had some of them published. The first story I had published, I remember getting the letter, you know, and it was written obviously to my fake name. This letter came and my parents were like, who's that? And I'll take that, thank you very much. It says, thank you for your short story. It's a bit rough in places and needs a bit of a rewrite, but we'd like to buy it at our usual rate of £90, which was incredibly exciting. You know, these days I'd immediately be suspicious because they said they wanted to rewrite it. But then, you know, I was 13. I thought, I'm having a story published. And I'm going to get £90, which is more money than there was in the world at that time. And then I decided to put my real name on. I thought, right, if it's actually going to be in there, I want it to have my name. And there was a short story with my name on, and it felt very sort of old-fashioned and romantic and like an old film, you know, where someone gets a story published. It was amazing. Writing columns is probably the trickiest way of doing journalism. I've done interviews, which are fun to write up, and features. Columns are difficult because, you know, you have to generate opinions all the time, and especially these days, you get stick for them. When I find a story that makes me angry or that I think is funny or that I have an opinion about, that's what I write about. I do a big project, you know, every maybe 3 or 4 years, I'd write a book. You know, I've done a couple of books. I did a play one time, and I took it to the Edinburgh Festival and then put it on in London. and then it got bought for TV, so I wrote it as a TV play. And then I had a sort of adventure with my friend Charlie. We had a sort of comedy job as porn film reviewers on a magazine. What we did was they'd send us these X-rated videos, and we would review them as though they were proper films. So we would talk about plot and character and say, I found the character of the plumber, wasn't as convincing as he might have been, and, his trousers came off a little early in the scene. So we came to feel we could make a better film than these ones we were reviewing. So we thought, well, let's put that to the test. Let's go and make an adult film, which we did. And, I think I'm fairly safe in saying it's the worst porn film of all time. Script-wise, it's strong. It doesn't really have any sex in it. That's where we fell down. We were so embarrassed. We were forever saying, I don't think you need to go further than that. Let's all have a cup of tea and a Kit Kat. We spent 2 or 3 years in this project, and we wrote a book, which I am quite proud of. I think the book succeeds in its aims more than the film does. And then I've written a book about my life playing poker. The place of poker in my weird life sort of changes all the time. I mean, it was always a hobby, and I think it still is one. I just no longer really go and play small tournaments to unwind, because I play big tournaments and they can come with their own sort of pressure. I still have a home game every Tuesday in my house, small stakes, old friends. It's still a hobby, but it takes up more of the time and accounts for more of my income, I guess. It was interesting, I won the UKIPT London in 2006.
Vicky shows 6-7, she flopped the last straight.
And that felt like a story arc. I thought, okay, I can see the shape of it, because I started playing poker, as a teenager around the kitchen table for, a few quid with my brother's friends, and 20 years later, I've won $1 million in this sort of record-breaking tournament, and there's all this press about it. And I could see that's a journey. And I wanted to get into the book, my life, the truth of the people I know and that I've played with, the game of poker itself, all the stuff I wanted to do. So it was kind of daunting as an idea. But once I started, it wrote itself. I had 20 years of funny stories and weird stories and sinister moments and amazing highs of winning lots of money, and sort of terrible nights of being stuck in Vegas, kind of broke, trying to figure out how to get my hands on a few quid to pay the hotel bill. And as is true of any story that you're really meant to write, it was just easy. You hold the pen, or, put your fingers on the keyboard, and there it is. I think it must be a sign that my TV career is the thing I care about least, because I don't remember it very well. I remember the writing stuff and the poker, but, I presented a few series of late-night poker, I did commentary on TV, and I do this quiz, Only Connect. I think it's a brilliant quiz. I think it requires detective work like poker does. It's quite like that. It's that part of the brain, the sort of working out, but only you have to do it really against the clock. And it's like a poker game where you always have 1.5 minutes to make every decision, which is a great idea for a poker tournament, by the way. The presenting of it is quite fun. I mean, obviously, I get sent the questions in advance, they're not a surprise to me, and I always play it as a quiz. I get the scripts, and, I play them. I normally score pretty well, but the show, it gets harder as the series progresses, so by the time I'm looking at the questions for the final, I'm usually just giggling. I don't even know what they mean. I'm making a documentary this winter. I haven't done a documentary for a while, actually, so I'm looking forward to it. It's about P.L. Travers, the author of Mary Poppins. It's coming up to 50 years since the film of Mary Poppins was made, and I'm hoping that the film we make will be partly about her amazing life and telling people about her, because she was a very, very interesting woman, but also looking at the difference between books and film, because P.L. Travers hated the film of Mary Poppins. She thought it was a travesty of the books that she'd written. I was a huge fan of the books as a kid, and I'm very sympathetic to everything she did to try to really stop that film getting made. The thing with documentaries is, I get asked, I would say, between 2 and 5 times a fortnight if I want to make a documentary about poker or gambling. That's top of the list. Do you want to make a documentary about gambling? Is top, and the second one is always gaining and losing weight. It's amazing. That's probably twice a month. Either will you gain a lot of weight to see what it's like to be very fat, or will you lose a lot of weight to see what it's like to be very thin? It's amazing how many times I get off of that. Not interested. I want to keep eating exactly the same number of donuts as I always have. It's something that people ask you quite a lot. You're either in poker or out of it. What are you hoping to achieve next? What do you want to win? What do you want to do? I never really think like that. I don't have a sort of game plan. I don't think I want to be the world champion. I want to win the Booker Prize. I want to host a variety show. It's probably very much jack of all trades and mistress of none. But I don't want to stop doing any of them. So, you know, I think I want to have another year doing the things I like doing, trying to be a bit useful and, you know, pay the mortgage. Maybe I should have bigger goals, but I think small, little goals.
People need excitement, and when you need it fast, I'm the guy you call. 5 hands in 30 seconds on an elevator. 40 hands against 200 opponents in the back of a cab. The thrill of hundreds of hands and thousands of opponents wherever you are. Play only the hands you want, whenever you want, with Rush Poker Mobile. Because Rush is the only speed I know. FullTiltPoker.net. Download the Full Tilt Poker app for free.
Well, Core, I think what separates Phil Ivey from a lot of the other players, well, aside from the fact that, you know, he plays all the games well. He grew up playing stud. I grew up in an era where it wasn't just No Limit Hold'em. We played Limit Hold'em and other games, and Phil was, you know, that was his bread and butter. So I don't see No Limit Hold'em as poker. It's one big game, one aspect of it, and Phil is a master of all of them. One of the key reasons is he's very determined. He has that Michael Jordan, Tiger Woods-like focus, and he works harder than anybody else at the game. And, you know, in a different way. He just has an intensity, I think, and an ability to break down people's minds and just figure them out. Well, Stomp 19, to be honest, yeah, I always kind of felt like I would be. I've always had a big mouth, right, which is essential. And, you know, if you're going to be spokesman for anything, and I loved the game, and I was passionate about it. I remember taking on that role very early on in, you know, in Toronto to some degree, helping other people sort of figure out how they're going to become a professional. And it just felt like a natural role for me. I had some success in 2003, 2004, got me some notoriety from winning some tournaments online, and then my mouth did the rest. You know, again, I'm not afraid to make mistakes. I'm not afraid to take on a challenge. I feel like the biggest danger in this world isn't those that are dangerous, it's those that are looking on and doing nothing about it. So I'm never going to be one of those people. So I've always got poker's best interest at the top of my priority list, and often that doesn't necessarily mean it's in my best interest, but again, if it's in poker's best interest, it's better for all, it's better for me in the end. Well, Alex Q, my favorite stop, I mean, that one's an easy one for me. It's Barcelona. The location of the tournament is perfect. We're right on the beach. There's restaurants and clubs that go all night. Just the weather's fantastic. Everything about it just has a great energy. As far as a stop that I haven't been to on the EPT that I'd like to see happen, well, certainly not anywhere like Afghanistan, because I don't know that the tourist attractions would be worthwhile. But I'm going to say, well, this is kind of Israel. I've never been there, so I think, you know, it might be fun to play with some of the locals there. Well, Simone L., in the past, I've actually had proteges. I actually created a television show a long time ago called, you know, Dan Negreanu's Protege. It was a lot of fun. These days, I wouldn't say that I choose a protege, but, and it's certainly not for poker, but there are younger guys who are stepping into an ambassadorial role that I like to help, realize their vision. People like Jason Somerville, Jason Mercier, Dan O'Brien are young guys who care about the game and they've got a good head on their shoulders. And I'm not going to be doing this forever, so hand down the mantle to the young new generation. Blip P, good question, an important question. Tracking software at this point is something that is a part of the game when you play online poker. And I feel like not using it is just putting yourself at a disadvantage that's not worthwhile. I think it's important to use it so that, not so much necessarily to track your opponent's game, but really your own. One of the things I did when I started to play online and learn was I was really looking at my statistics and comparing them to the stats of the other top pros I knew in the game. And if there was something really different, like their 3-bet percentage was 15% and mine was only 6%, I thought, well, am I doing something wrong or does this make sense for my overall game? And if I couldn't figure out why I did it and didn't have a really good reason, well, then I would adjust and I'd start 3-betting more. So I think, ideally, I don't like playing poker that way. I wish nobody had it, but it's one of those things, you can't stop it. I mean, anyone can have a pad and paper and write down and track. I mean, that's totally legal. You can't stop it, so you just have to do the best you can to use it to, to your best of your advantage. Well, Anthony H., I like this question so much, I'm going to make sure that you get a prize, and I'm also going to answer the question. So the question you asked was, who's going to have higher earnings, Phil Ivey at the end of his career or the movie Runner, Runner? I haven't seen the movie yet. Heard some not so great reviews. It didn't open so big, and Phil Ivey is a monster who's going to be around a long time. So I'm going to go with Phil Ivey's earnings.
It folds to me in middle position. I look down at 9-8 of hearts, strong playability rather than absolute strength. So I raise it up to, I believe, 13,000. It folds to Ren's on the button. We just got moved to the table and I wasn't quite aware of who he was at the time. He makes it 31k. Now, I kind of straight away don't believe him, and in a lot of spots like that I'm going to 4-bet in order to get him off his hand, but 8-9 hearts is too valuable a hand to waste, so I just elect to flat call. The flop comes King, King 8, 2 diamonds is a favourable flop for my hand. I check, he bets 23k, which is, I think, into a pot of like 70k, so it's smaller than his 3-bet. It's very kind of popular on these kind of drier boards, even though there's a flush draw. There's not any straight draws or anything like that. At this point, I can definitely still have the best hand, and I mean, it's a pretty favourable flop for my hand, so I check call. Well, the turn's the Queen of Diamonds. It's not a terrible card for my range, it's not great, but it's not that good for his either. I check, and he bets 68,000 this time, which is obviously a significant kind of bump up in the bet sizing. At this point, I'm still not entirely sure if he's a value hand or if he's bluffing yet, but my hand is too vulnerable if he's bluffing, and I want to be able to keep my options open on the river in order to, if he turns out he does have a value hand, I can then rep a stronger hand. So I raised to 169,000. And he calls fairly quickly. My plan on the turn was to basically bomb blank rivers and just check fold diamonds. At this point, I was pretty sure he had a king, but I didn't think he was too happy with his hand. Well, the 5 of hearts peels on the river. That's a great card for me to continue my bluff, because a lot of the hands he's going to bet and then call or raise with are going to have a diamond of some sort. I bet 326,000. I leave myself like 70,000 behind or something really small behind. I have to bet big on this river because when he calls the turn, he almost always has a king. So I bomb the river, and I'm just repping such a strong range that if he has like King 10, King 6 suited or something, he's more than likely going to have to find the fold. There are times he's just going to have like King Queen and shove, and I'm going to look like an idiot. After I bombed the river, he banked for like 3 minutes or so.
Nice answer.
He told me afterwards he had ace king with the ace of diamonds, which is a huge fold. If that's what he had, it's a very tough spot for him, and I did not fault the fold at all.
Zoom from PokerStars is fast fold poker. No waiting, just straight to a new hand with new opponents. More poker in less time. We are Zoom. We are poker.
Prague, the location for Rafa Nadal's first live poker tournament. In just 24 hours, Rafa will be taking on a table of sports stars and the world's #1 professional player.
Poker is very close to a sport. A lot of similarities, in my opinion, to tennis. I think it's very important to be very focused all the time, have a great self-control. I like the mental games, and I think poker is a very mental game.
It's the morning of the game. Rafa's poker coach Alfonso is giving him some last-minute advice.
The strategy today is play tight. Tight is right.
Oh, yes?
Yeah, let's play tight.
Okay.
Don't be aggressive. Not today.
I am ready. I don't know if I will have a good tournament, but the only thing that I'm sure is I'm gonna have fun. Good luck, mate.
Rafa's opponents are legendary footballers Ronaldo and Andrei Shevchenko, Olympic champion skier Alberto Tomba, Olympic gold-winning hockey player Fatima Maria de Melo, and the world's reigning #1 poker player Daniel Negreanu.
For me, it's a big honor to play in the same table that all these big stars around me. So I'm gonna try my best. I'm gonna try to be competitive. It's my first poker tournament live, like you said, and that's making me feel a little bit nervous, normal. But I hope to be ready.
If we were playing on clay, he might have a chance. You know, if we're playing on a pitch, maybe he has a chance if we're on slopes, but now they're playing on my turf, so I feel like I'm supposed to win.
I really hope to be ready to compete against these guys and to compete well in everything in life, in tennis, in poker. I try to compete with the best that I can in every moment.
Mickey Moment Maury Peterson's poker dream began when he saw a fellow Dane win a tournament on the World Poker Tour. He started his career online, where he found quick success in multi-table tournaments at every level. Soon after, Mickey was chasing the dream, traveling the world playing live poker tournaments, forming a number of important, life-changing friendships along the way.
My name is Mickey Peterson. I go by the online screen name Moment Maury, and I'm part of PokerStars team online. My main games are multi-table tournaments. I play pretty much all the stakes, anywhere from $1 tournaments and up to 1,000. I usually play around somewhere between 16 and 25 tables. I like to have a lot of tables going at the same time. One of my first experiences with poker was watching a bunch of the World Poker Tour episodes. They were airing at the time in Denmark, and Gus Hansen was in one of the episodes and ended up winning it all.
The river is a 7. Not gonna do it. Gus Hansen has won this tournament.
That was like a huge inspiration to me, like seeing another Dane having so much success in these tournaments, and that's kind of where like my poker dream started. Since I didn't have a lot of expenses, it seemed like giving poker a shot, that would be a fun thing to do. What ended up happening was I had a really, really good year. I made a lot more than I would have done, you know, in a random retail job. And during that time, I also won a couple of satellites to some live events, and that enabled me to do the traveling part as well. It's hard for me to even like remember how many countries I've been able to go to because of all these poker tournaments. I mean, I had originally started out watching it on TV, and it was like, now I was one of those guys, you know, competing in those big tournaments, so.
Welcome to the heads-up final of UKIPT Nottingham. We started with 1,123 players, 2 remaining. They're playing for a total first prize of 218,300. Our 2 players are, in seat 1 from the UK, chip leader with 17,500,000, Duncan McClellan. And in seat 2 from the UK with 6,870,000, Angelo Miliotto. Congratulations.
Okay.
Congratulations to both of you, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. We're coming back to 60,000, 120,000 with an ante of 20,000. Dealer, shovel 'em deal, please.
Now can talk,
And welcome back, everybody. Thank you, Toby, for the introductions to our 2 heads-up players. We are down to 2 at this record-breaking UKIPT Nottingham, the richest stop ever on the tour. 2 remain, and there's lots of money up for grabs, Duncan and Angelo. First prize is a massive 218,300, and second prize 127,800. So an awful lot of money to play for.
And the second thing is,
I'm Mark Convey, and I'm joined in the booth by media coordinator of the UKIPT, Jen Mason, and Dara O'Kearney. Welcome, guys.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you.
It's been an exciting final table so far. Just over 3 hours to get to heads up. Explosive is the word.
And down to the, the deepest of deep runs, of course, heads up. And this is the point where the money is just absolutely astronomical, especially for a record-breaking on the UKIPT tour like this. Prize pool, 1.223 million.
There we go. Yeah. And as we said, there's an awful lot of money up top, and it's a big jump between second and first place. So understandably, the players are asking if there's potentially they can maybe flatten out the payouts, talk a deal, whether that'll be an ICM chop or not. We'll try and listen in.
Yeah. Yeah, at this stage, with just 2 players left now, there's no difference between ICM and chip chop, so it makes the deal calculations a lot easier, and obviously, given the difference, it makes a lot of sense for them to deal.
Pretty sure they need to leave a percentage still to be played for, and a meaningful one. So
yeah.
They can't leave a pound and split the rest according to chips. They have to actually have a real battle head.
Yeah, I think it does kind of ruin it as a spectacle if they just chop up all the money and just play on for the trophy. So, yeah, certainly there's a lot to be said for leaving a decent amount of money to play for.
As ever, on any PokerStars tour, all deal discussions are done out in the open. Transparency is the name of the game. This sort of thing happens all over the world. Other tours, don't let you do it, but on PokerStars tours, we want everything to be clear. We want you to know what they're discussing. There's a lot of money to be played for.
And it's a sensible thing to do as well. I mean, this is part of the game of poker. Like, how often do you make a final table in a huge run of field? You've got to sort of even out your variance over time. Live poker is ridiculous, the amount of times you're going to be in this position. Okay, well, if you're Duncan McClellan, it might be a little more other people, but it's fairly rare, and this is a sensible and normal part of tournament poker, especially live.
Duncan's been in this position before in the UKIPT Isle of Man. He wasn't so keen to deal then, but I think he understands a bit more about what it means now and how it all sort of works.
Yeah, well, he's played a few UKIPTs that he hasn't won since, so he knows that he's not going to win every one he plays.
Although he has been qualifying left, right and centre for events. He played EPT Prague, and while he was there he played a live satellite into the high roller, and he made day 2 of that.
Yeah, so, apparently he tried to bust that high roller on the bubble of the satellite because he wanted the money. But
I didn't hear that bit when I was talking to him.
Yeah, but he runs so good he actually won the seat anyway.
I said, will you still carry on playing qualifiers if you win this one? He said, absolutely. I'm from Scotland.
I'm a bricklayer from Scotland.
17,500,000. Both players received 127,800. Yeah.
So it looks like Toby's talking them through the figures.
70.
Yeah.
Okay. This is first.
Is this the value of our stacks then? Yeah.
Yes, basically. Yeah. This is playing for 34,000. So that's leave that taken out. Yeah. Leave it being taken out. Okay. And basically, Duncan, you received this.
What's the figure? I can't see that.
168,372, Duncan. Angelo, 143,728.
Right, so if we made that bottom one 150, what would Duncan get? That's what, 6.
So they're talking about playing on for £34,000.
That's right, there's still 334,000 up for grabs if you combine first and second place. So what they do is they take 10% of that, so you must play for 10% of the remaining money up for grabs. And then the rest, they do, a chip chop.
Okay.
An ICM chop.
Okay, yeah.
The 143.
No, that's £2 grand. I don't give you 1 penny. Not listening. I'll do a deal on Toby's figures only.
This is chip chop.
You heard it from the man himself. He's going to take the straight thing
There we
from
go.
Toby.
So second place at the moment is 127,800. If I heard right, I think that second place will lock up 143,728.
Yeah, it looks like Angelo wanted to deal for a little bit more, and Duncan has shut that down immediately. He said he's just going to deal on Toby's figures.
So just short 180, yeah?
He's got to give it a go, though, doesn't he?
Oh yeah, you absolutely have to give it a go. I mean,
yeah.
Any players being in this position know that sometimes you can try, and the other guy will give up something
I
because
have
they're so big
seen
for a deal.
phenomenal voodoo done by players like Paul Parker over the course of
Paul is a
many
particular
years.
master of that, yeah.
And the deal has been done. So the offer on the table was 143,728 for Angelo. That's what the chips are given. So he'd guarantee himself an extra 16,000.
Not peanuts.
And here are details of the deal now. See if that is the deal that was struck. Okay, so Angelo is guaranteed 143,782, but also you can win another 34,000 on top of that.
Yeah,
there we go. If he wins, I think that's pretty fair to do. You know.
Yeah. Clearly, it was just done on straight chip chop, so that's fair to both players.
It's Duncan there with his wife, alongside a tea drinking Simon Trumper, as the card room manager here. Been working very hard all week and the weeks leading up to this event. Don't post with too many pictures, buddy. You haven't won it yet.
It's a little quiet in the background now, but when you have 619 people showing up for a day one seed, their staff and crew here have really done an amazing job.
Yeah, poker's pretty unusual in that when you get actually down to the business end, you have the least amount of people around, whereas at more sporting events you have, obviously, as a football season reaches its climax, you get bigger and bigger crowds.
Yep.
That doesn't mean they're not very keen, though. The people on the rail at the end of a poker tournament, they are super enthusiastic.
Out of the YouTube players, so you're going to be in small blind. So you take the bottom. And we are 60, 120, we're down to 20,000.
As a reminder of their heads-up chip counts. Pretty deep. 17.5 million for Duncan. 6.8 for Angelo.
Yeah, I mean, it's still really, really deep. I mean, most tournaments tend to end when there's about 40 big blinds in play. If it goes that way, we could be here a while, but I think usually after you see a deal done as well, that does tend to speed things up.
One of the players' heads up is Duncan McClellan. That also tends to speed things up.
That's true. This is true, yeah.
And when he's got such a nearly 3-1 chip lead.
Yeah. I think both these players too will be feeling very, very happy now, and almost that, you know, they've got as much of this tournament out of this tournament as they could have hoped for.
This is the deepest they could have gone in the tournament and still be playing.
Yeah.
First hand of heads-up play. Angelo's on the button.
3, 2, 5 and a ball.
Raise and take.
Can expect an awful lot of raising on button. Pretty much nearly every hand. I can't see either of them giving up any walks, anything like this.
Is it a wise idea to just continue to raise the button until you get played back at the start heads-up matches?
Yeah. I mean, game theory optimal is to raise about 80 to 90% hands at least. If the guy plays back less than he should, you can possibly raise just 100% of buttons.
Blinds at the moment are 60,000, 120 with a 20,000 ante, but just for about 4 minutes more, then we'll jump up to 80, 160 with a 20 ante. Another raise and take.
Another raise and take. Duncan made a big raise there. I think he raised almost 4x on the button.
Yeah, it's a big raise. I'm really impressed by the way Miliotto was ground back from yesterday. He got cooled yesterday when he flopped top 2 pair against the guy who, an opponent flopped a straight and just open shoved the flop. So he obviously called, and he was down to 5 big blinds, and he just stuck with it and just ground his way back into the tournament.
Well, that's phenomenal. It just shows the power of keeping your cool and playing your stack regardless of what it is, even if it's just taking a hit. 5 big blinds, of course, quite. The red light is flashing, but you still can come back.
But I'm not sure if it was Udara or someone else who was on it in the contest.
Yeah,
they said it was about about the value of chips. Get even more the less you have.
Yeah, I mean, I remember saying at the time that in that spot you often see people just shoving the very next hand, just sticking the chips in, or next time it's folded around to them, irrespective of their hand. But I was very impressed the way Angelo showed a lot of composure and waited for a decent spot. And now he's obviously reaping the reward of that. He's gone all the way to heads up. Duncan hits middle pair here, but it's a really scary board.
Yeah, nobody like that at all. They're not going to build a pot out of this.
Angelo hits bottom pair, which is almost worthless on this board.
Will not call a single chip bet.
And you're basically just beating ace high now.
C3.
Does it seem odd that McClellan seems to like to put pressure on out of position more than in?
Yeah, that is an interesting quirk of his game. He's quite unorthodox in many ways, Duncan, and that's one of them. I guess he doesn't want to play as many hands out of position, and he does like to just fire out. But
just blast it.
Yeah, he's so difficult to play against because he does those big bets.
But see, when he has the option here, he still controls the pot size, doesn't really.
Yeah, he seems to trap quite a bit with his bigger hands as well, which again is slightly unorthodox given his style. And he does get the cry call here. He probably doesn't even think his hand is good here.
Yeah.
But he oh no, sorry, yeah, he obviously had the straight, yeah. But yeah, I mean that's a real non-believer's call there.
I'm actually quite surprised.
Yeah, I'm not having played against Duncan. He does scramble your brain a bit, and you do kind of think, well, why didn't he bet at any point, and now he's betting the river. But yeah, I think long term that's not going to be a profitable call.
This will be the last hand, level number 30. We'll jump into level number 31, 80, 60, 120 on the next hand.
That brings Angelo down to under 6 million now, so when the blinds go up, he'll be under 40 big blinds.
What's the sort of danger zone in terms of big blinds when he heads up?
Well, I guess it's similar to normal poker in that your options obviously vary depending on your stack size, but certainly the point at which you really have to start changing your play relative to your stack size is once you get below 30, I guess. Then once you get below 20, your options shrink again, and then once you get below, let's say, 12, you're pretty much in shove fold mode.
Both with aces here. Both with the flop.
If you're McClellan, do you need to sort of rein in the desire to think, oh, I'm going to turn my, getting up to 4-1 chip lead into just a quick win and quash him now, because it's so dangerous to double up your opponent in this position?
Yeah, no, that's a very good point. I mean, if Angelo doubles up now, the stacks go back to level. So 3-1 is a slightly deceptive lead because of that. He'd like in this spot, I think he'd like to chip Angelo down a bit more before he takes his shot.
As you can see there, a double up will just make them completely even in chips.
See a rare button fold there.
It's going to be a bit sad to see this festival come to an end. You know, the numbers have been incredible. It's been played in such great spirits.
Fantastic. This particular final table has been just electric.
Yeah.
In its crazy action. You know, so many people have been watching it and commenting on how exciting it has been.
A fitting way to end an absolutely brilliant week here in Nottingham.
Final side event is taking place in the background. It's the £100 Super Deep Stack Turbo, so you get all of the chips and none of the play.
Nah.
That's a very good description.
Yeah, we saw Shot Fatima playing that before. Chatting away. Queen 10 here, Miliotto, raise and take. Huge amount of movement so far, heads up.
But as you say, they're the big blinds. If you notice, they have gone down as the love line level goes up. But still, for a final table, that's a pretty decent number in play totally.
Oh yeah, this is really deep. I guess it's partially as a result of how fast it was early on. That tends to increase the average.
Just a reminder, Scoop's running PokerStars at the moment. Do get involved. Event number 26, stud high-low. Starts in about 8 minutes' time. Get involved, you can find them in the PokerStars lobby under events. This is a good question you might be able to answer, Tara. Marcus asks, why are they still paying antes now that it's heads up?
That is a very good question, and I can't answer it. Normally, when tournaments go heads up, they take antes out. It does slow things down, obviously, having to collect an ante every.
Big flop here for Miliotto's flop trick sixes.
And do we know what Duncan's second card is?
No.
If it's an 8, it could be interesting.
Yeah,
an
he's
8 or a 4.
He hasn't quite lined them up with the RFID reader underneath his cards.
Does look like he's continuing in the hand.
Whatever it is, it has something, some equity.
Yeah.
Well, enough to raise.
Oh, check raise, I think you'll find.
Yeah.
Should patent that. How much?
Okay, so word on the streets, actually he's got 7-8 of clubs.
Yeah, 7-8 of clubs makes perfect sense. He's open-ended and he's got a backdoor flush draw.
This could get big, this pot.
This could go all in here the way Duncan plays. Duncan plays as it draws very, very aggressively in these spots.
If Miliotto decides to 3-bet. No, just decides to call. So more than 2.5 million in the pot now.
I guess there's the straight.
There we go. Oh my word, the chips could be going in here. McLennan has turned the straight with 7-8 of clubs.
He checks again. Again, this seems to be a feature of his play that when he does flop very big, he gets quite trappy.
It's going to work here, but I mean, it's not like he's trapping someone who hasn't got a ton of this.
Yeah.
So Miliotto's got about twice the pot. Left behind. He's got a comfortable look. He's just like bopping along, making his bets. Is that 1.3 million?
Thinking, how do I get it in here now? Well, he's probably...
He moved all in. This could be it. All in on a call.
Wow.
And the cards are on their back.
Bad news.
Bad news from Miliotto. And if McLennan's hands hold, he will be a double champion. Two-time champion, UKIPT Season 4.
Ever two-time champion.
Unbelievable. This could be it.
Crucial river. How exciting.
Let's build some tension.
Angelo's behind here, but he does have a lot of outs.
Yeah, still got 23% equity. So just under a 1 in 4 chance of doubling up. And then will it all be almost evens? If not, we have Duncan McLennan as champion yet again. And that's a blank. It's the ace of diamonds. Unbelievable result for Duncan. Congratulations to both players, but especially to Duncan McClellan, winning the first prize and the second trophy of the season. Incredible scenes.
That 6 months gap between UKIPT trophies, what a phenomenal result for McClellan.
Look at that, Dave Curtis there, the event organiser, congratulating him. Fantastic achievement, and it's this is what the UKIPT is all about. It's aspirational. It's a grassroots tour. It's played in really good spirits, and someone like that. This is life-changing money. This is twice in 6 months he's won life-changing money for a bricklayer from Scotland.
Yeah.
Phenomenal. And there are the final results from our final table that lasted less than 4 hours. Incredible. Ramichal was the first person to go out. And then we lost Anthony Flynn in 7th place. Juan Benito impressed us a lot over the last few days. Brilliant player. Ryan Spittles, very talented player. We'll be seeing him again on the tour for sure. Willie Elliott, one of the stars of the final table. So proud of him and his performance, and he should be as well. Trevor Pearson did phenomenal, played a very solid game to get into 3rd place. And then Angelo Miliotto came back from 5 big blinds yesterday. Hung in there. Shows you should never give up in a poker tournament. And what can we say? What more can we say about Duncan McClellan? Unorthodox style, plays to his strengths, and it works out very well for him. Just a reminder that they did make a deal. So Angelo Miliotto secured himself an extra 16 or 17,000. That's not to be sniffed at. Extra money. And Nick Wellthall, my co-commentator and UKIPT host, has rushed out to the floor. He's going to get in position, and very shortly we're going to have an interview with our winner. See what he's got to say about this. He's probably get used to these now. This is the second one in 6 months, so
it's been a while.
It's been a while. It's been a while for him. Christmas and New Year in between. Amazing stuff. See, just a £100 tournament still going on in the background. That will finish off this festival this week. Duncan McClellan. All the chips have been stacked up. He's going to be down on the floor very, very shortly with Nick Wellthall, our UKIPT host. We'll be going down there very, very, very shortly. Nick's in position. The mics are ready. And we're going to head down to the floor now. So this is our UKIPT host, Nick Wellthall, with our winner, Duncan McClellan.
We have a winner here in Nottingham of the richest ever UK and Ireland Poker Tour event. It is now 2-time champion Duncan McClellan. Duncan, how does 2-time champion of the UKIPT sound?
Sounds great. It's been hard work, but it's fantastic. Great. Thrilled to bits.
Yeah, you absolutely should be. It's an amazing effort. And your first win was only 7 months ago. You were telling me this was a little bit harder than the Isle of Man.
There's 1,200 field here, 4 times the field. Same amount of days, but a lot harder. And got off to a bad start today and really struggled. Nearly went out within an hour. But I've hung in there and I'm here now. That's great.
It was an incredibly entertaining final table with Willie Elliott really bossing things. You two got into a big pot early on and then you had to back off. What was it like with him kind of running over the table?
I felt like he was running over the table, and I got the feeling that he was doing it without the cards, and I almost called off with a pair of 5s early on. But turns out I think I was ahead and I shouldn't have folded, but I folded. I thought I'll look for an easier spot perhaps a bit later on,
You seem to have almost no fear when you play. People that have seen you in the earlier stages will testify to that. We've seen you on 2 streams now on UKIPT Live. You're prepared to play big pots and put a lot of pressure on. Do you ever worry about like the money or going broke in the tournament or anything like that?
No, never. You can't win unless you put the chips over the line. No fear of going broke.
Yeah, it definitely comes over. Now, you won UKIPT Isle of Man 7 months ago. You came here and won a side event in the Nottingham 6 Max Festival we had. Now you've won this. People out there watching will be saying, well, this guy's a pro or whatever. You've only been playing 3 years and poker's your hobby, right?
Yeah, it's just a weekend away with a few beers, game of cards. I'll be at work tomorrow.
And you mean that? Because you told me that before you started. Obviously, you've got a lot to celebrate now. You're definitely going to be out working tomorrow.
I'll be at work tomorrow at 8 o'clock on the scaffold.
Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. Now, you've won here. Does that mean we'll see you in Marbella? And does that mean you'll enter bigger poker events?
No, not bigger. This is about the right level for me, I think, £1,000. Yeah, I'll be in Marbella, and I'm looking forward to going to Vegas in July, hopefully, but I need to try and satellite in. I wouldn't pay the money to get into that one, the main event, so I'll just keep it to the way it's going.
Just win the money, Duncan. It's not a problem. This poker lark's easy, right?
Yeah. When you look at the statistics, it may look easy, but it hasn't been easy.
Yeah. Well, you've worked really hard for it. A tremendous win. Duncan McClellan is a 2-time UKIPT champion. Stick with us on UKIPT Live. We'll have the winners' ceremony after a short break.
Fantastic stuff there. Brilliant to see him so happy and still so down to earth. Fantastic. £200,000 he's just won, and he's going to go back to work tomorrow morning and be on the scaffold. What do you think about that, guys?
Yeah, that's amazing, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it shows the kind of tour that the UKIPT is, that you have players who obviously are not full-time poker players, can come and win life-changing amounts of money, but decide not to let it change their life.
Yeah, guys, do check out the PokerStarsblog.com. There will be a full recap there of all the day's action. Do follow at PokerStarsblog as well for all news, stories and video blogs from UKIPT Nottingham. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank my guests today. You guys have been brilliant. Thank you very much, Dara, Jen, for coming in. All the other guests we had today. Fatima, she was fantastic. Chris was fantastic. All our guests this week, and especially to everyone who's interacted. UKIPT Live has been trending in the UK on Twitter today, and that's thanks to you. And you know, we really, really enjoy your interaction. The next webcast is going to be coming up in a couple of weeks' time. And that comes from Canada, and that's the Canada Cup. Joe and James, Stapes and Hartigan are going to be back on the air, so do make sure you check out that. And there'll be cards up coverage at that final table as well. Next, for this UKIPT stroke ESPT Marbella, we're going to be there 14th and 15th of June. That's going to be Spanish commentary only, but the PokerStars blog will be there, so make sure you do tune it in. The UKIPT is going on holiday, and we're all looking forward to that. And just, yeah, thank you to everybody who's put on such a phenomenal festival this week. It's just incredible, really. Everyone at Dusk Till Dawn, Rob Young, Simon Young, these guys have actually put so much work in. We will be back very, very soon. And that's all from Nottingham. Thank you very much, everybody, and good night.
Welcome to the winners' ceremony here at UKIPT Nottingham in association with Dusk Till Dawn and sponsored by PokerStars.com. We've had an amazing weekend, a record-breaking weekend, the richest ever UKIPT, and the people that made it all possible, apart from the sponsors, are of course the dealers and floor staff. So we'll start the winners' presentation with a big round of applause for them. They worked so hard this week. They did an amazing job. If you ever come on tour, you will thank them as well. They do a fantastic job. Our presentation party is Simon Trumper from Dusk Till Dawn, our tournament director, Toby Stone, the UKIPT president for life, Kirsty Thompson, our winner and runner-up, and they gave us a great final table, not least because we're all in home in time for tea, which is lovely. First of all, we'll have a big round of applause for our runner-up, Angelo Miliotto, ladies and gentlemen. And now we come to our winner, an amazing performance by him. His second UKIPT title in one season. Your UKIPT Nottingham champion is Duncan McClellan. Duncan, everybody. And he got a kiss, profit on the day. And 200 grand, so it's all right. Duncan's making it all look too easy. Next time we're just giving him one whole card. A big thank you to everyone that participated at the Nottingham UKIPT. Our next stop is Marbella. We'll see you there. Thank you for watching on UKIPT Live. We'll leave you with our champion. For everyone in Nottingham, good night.